Welcome to Crafty Little Beach. This is Julie. I have a crafting marathon for you today. This is Best of 2024 Holiday Edition, where I took your favorite DIY from every holiday video that I made this last year on my other channel, Crafty Beach. So we have every single holiday, think Valentine's Day, 4th of July, Halloween, Christmas, and all of those in between. I hope you enjoy today's video. But we're going to get started first with Valentine's Day DIY. I will have a link to each one of the videos down in the description below. And the theme of this one was Snowman Valentine's Day. I'm going to DIY one of the little snowman wreath forms, and I'm going to do it with macrame cord. Now, I got some pink and some white. I ended up only using one of the packages of white. It actually went way further than I thought to do a little macrame snowman. I've never done this, and I was a little intimidated. I'm going to start here, right here, where the snowman head and body kind of come together, and tie that, kind of knotting it on the back just to attach it first. Now, the tricky part about this was winding it around because I had such a big ball of macrame cord that it kind of made it awkward. So I was trying to kind of see if I could do it like several times around and do it like that. But it was a little cumbersome. And I don't know if there's a better method for this. And I was like, I don't want this to take absolutely forever. So what I ended up doing was just cutting it down into a shorter piece. That way it would be easier for pulling it in and out. And that's what we're going to do. But I just wanted to wrap the two little metal parts together, just wrapping all the way around. I want like the snowman head and the snowman body to be white. So that's why we're doing that with the white macrame. And I was a little intimidated by this project. It did take some time, this DIY, speeding this way up for you. But I do want you guys to see kind of all the steps that I did. And I'm kind of trying to keep this as tight as I can, but not too tight until I get over here the little arm areas. And I kind of have a smaller area I need to go through. So I put a little hot glue on the tip to make kind of a little needle out of the macrame so I can get that right in there exactly where I want. I want to try to cover as much as the reform with that white macrame cord as I can. I've done this with like Dollar Tree rope and like unwound rope before. But this is definitely the skinniest thing I've wrapped something like this with. That's why I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to take forever. And, the project did end up probably taking me over an hour, but I love how it turned out. Now, this is how far that piece of macrame got me. So I just knotted it. I want to have any knots on the back so I can kind of like hot glue down the tip so it doesn't like stick out for the front. And then I'm going to take that same macrame cord that we were using before. I'm going to try to cut down a piece, a little shorter piece again. And we can start right there where we finished. I do want my knot to be hidden on the back, so I kind of flip mine over and knot that. And then we can keep winding this around. There are like little crossbars that kind of stick out a little bit, even though I've wound it. But they're not too noticeable, so I think they're okay. And as you can see, to do it, I'm just having to take the whole ball of macrame cord and going in and out and in and out of the circle to be able to wrap that around. And it really wasn't too bad. I just put on, a good YouTube video and crafted away. I'm just going over the little tricky arm part here again. And this one wasn't too bad. And I'm going to keep wrapping this, trying to cover the rest of my little snowman body. And I like the effect it gave me. I'm kind of glad I did the wrapped thing. I'm also going to wrap the hat. That's why we're also going to be using that bright pink macrame cord, which I was really excited to find at Dollar Tree. I think it's really cool. And I thought that'd be really fun for Valentine's Day. Now, when I get to this part of the snowman, it was a little tricky. I just cut it down again because I'm going to have this piece end, and I thought it'd be easier, but I just kind of feed it through and then kind of knot everything here together. And then I come in with my next piece and knot that on the back as well. This is another piece of the macrame cord I cut down, and we can start working on the snowman head. I do want to kind of mask this area, so I kind of just string it together, top and bottom. I am going to do a little scarf on my snowman, so it'll kind of cover that area too. And we're just going to keep wrapping the snowman with a macrame cord. At first, I wanted to do like a fancy like macrame pattern or something like that. But in the end, I decided just to wrap it, and I'm glad I did because that probably would have been super time consuming. And I'm just doing the left side of the hat. The hat's on there kind of like a little bit crooked. But I'm going to try not to interfere with the hat too much, but just kind of keep trying to wind that circle for the top of the snowman head. So I get it like as tight as I can to like the little snowman there. And then I put some hot glue on the end so I can kind of feed it through any tight spaces I might need to. I was trying to keep this as tight as I can to cover all of the wreath form, but working around all of my obstacles of the hat as well. And then we're just going to wrap the top part of the hat as well, and even like the brim of the hat, which was a little skinny, but I'll show you what I did with that. We're going to make that work. So almost done with the macrame wrapping on this one. I'm speeding this up like 6 times. And I didn't kind of cut this one quite long enough to make it all the way around. So I just knotted on the back and not a new cord because I just need to finish off this last little portion here of my snowman wreath. And, the macrame cord would be durable enough to, hold up outside, I think. I don't think I'm going to use mine outside. I think I'm going to use this in my entryway right next to my front door. I think it'll look super cute there. And I just kind of go around the little neck area of the snowman as well, making sure I have everything nice and tight. And I just tie a knot here. I get on the back, trying to hide all of my knots on one side and not leaving too much of the twine left over so I can kind of glue that down and make it look neat. Now it's time for the hat. Look at this. I got this in like pink and I got it in like turquoise. I think I even got one in purple. They have these great colors and I love the macrame cord from Dollar Tree. They're so fun to craft with. I've made so many things with it. So just like before, I'm going to kind of cut down a, reasonable portion. I thought, but then I was like, you know what? I don't need to cut down anything because I'm just going to be wrapping around the hat. I don't have to go in and out like I did the snowman. So I made that part easier. Where the hat and the brim comes together, that's where I'm just going to knot it on the back and then just simply wrap it. So this is why I didn't have to cut it down. I can just simply wrap it around, trying to keep it tight. I just kind of, grip it, kind of push it down. I don't want any of the wreath form showing through. I just want a cute little bright pink snowman hat for Valentine's Day. Now, once you get to the end, it's a little bit tricky. They have like 2 of the little crossbars going straight up, but they're not like wide enough to really be using very much. So I'm just going to have to use a little hot glue here at the top to glue the macrame cord to the actual frame. And then I kind of glue a second row just kind of to itself, just to cover those little notches that were sticking out at the top because they were kind of in the way. I cut it down to size, kind of blending my seam in the middle and gluing down my macrame cord. Any of the little knots, the little fibers, I try to glue those down to the back so they're not visible from the front. Now, for the brim of the hat, I wasn't sure how I was going to be able to pull that off. Just trying to clean up any excess hot glue I have up there. But I kind of decided to use like the structure that was already there. And this is how I ended up doing it. I'm just going to tie that off with like my knot there in the back. And we're going to simply wrap it. And once I get to the end, I'm just going to have to use a little hot glue to kind of make it kind of stay in place and not slip off the very end here. But then I'm going to also go back and double wrap it. And that's going to make it thicker, a little bit more substantial to kind of go with the scale of the hat. And then I just knot that off on the back. Again, and I kind of realized I probably shouldn't have cut the first one off because I could have tied it to itself. So when I do the other side, I just left the tail on there. I wrapped it, hot glued it to the end, and then go back, wrap it again to make it bigger. And then I can tie that against the twine that we started with to knot it on the back just to kind of avoid more than one knot. and glue down the little pieces to clean that up as well. Now, I didn't really like the fact that the arms were kind of exposed, so I thought we could probably wrap those as well. So I'm going to kind of do the same technique. We're just going to be using some Dollar Tree like brown twine. And I'm just going to do one piece of the little stick hand or arm at a time. I'm going to do the side arms first. I thought that'd be easier. I just started by knotting that on and wrapping that around, attaching that with hot glue here at the end to try to keep that on there and trimming off the excess, trying to clean everything up. I'm a little concerned if this is going to stay on or not. I guess we will see. If it doesn't, I'll have to go back and kind of add some more hot glue. But this is how I did it for the first arm. I did both of the little branches first. Then I'm going to start here at the base and then go back and wrap it around for the longer part of the little arm. Or snowman hand, I guess. And the same way, just wrapping that. And I'm glad that I wrapped them. I think it did make it look a little bit better. But you might want to wrap it side up because you can't really see what's happening. I had mine kind of on there upside down. So this time I'm going to kind of try to knot it so I can kind of see a little bit better. And just going to do it the same way. I just wrap the little top and bottom parts first, and then we'll do the longer part. That way everything is wrapped. I did think about putting like some white fabric or something behind it to make the snowman like an actual snowman, but I really kind of like the outline effect, and so I'm glad that I left it like that. I think it turned out kind of cool. So for the final part, I'm just starting at the base again and knotting it, gluing it, wrapping it around, and gluing the tip. I thought about making him hold something, but I couldn't really find anything small enough to put in his hands. Now for the little scarf, I'm going to use just some red and white and pink heart ribbon from the Dollar Tree. The only thing I didn't like was the metallic border, so I'm just going to trim mine off. You can use whatever you have. I thought about using like the pink baby blankets from the Dollar Tree, or I wish I knew how to like knit or crochet. You could use that pink macrame cord and kind of do a custom one. That'd be really cute. And I was like, girl, you don't have time to learn how to do that. So I just do the part that's wrapped around the neck first. And then I'm going to do like the little tails of the scarf separately. So I'm going to cut 2 more pieces of that ribbon down. And then we're going to cut the little metallic ribbon off. I just didn't think that really went with the vibe of the project. I just wanted the ribbon, not the glitz. But the pink is a very similar color to the pink in the hat, so I think we can make that work. And I'm going to have it hanging where like both sides of the tail face front, so you'll get that beautiful pattern. Kind of make it look like it's knotted around the little snowman's neck. Now, I thought like maybe a little something to finish it off. I do a little pink wood heart right there where the scarf kind of comes together for a little decorative touch. Then I thought I kind of wanted to do something with a little snowman hat. So I decided to do like a white macrame heart on there. I thought that'd be super cute. So this is how I'm doing it. I'm just doing hot glue in the shape of a heart and laying the macrame cord on there. And I think that turned out cute. You could leave it just like that with just the outline of the heart. And I did think about doing that, but then I decided to fill mine all the way in. And I'm just doing that a section at a time, hot gluing that, just going next to the outline next to it until we fill in the entire heart. And I'm glad I decided to add this to it because I think it turned out really sweet. And again, I was thinking, man, I really want to do the scarf and this macrame cord. I have no idea how to make a scarf out of this. But I didn't really like all my different colors of pink, so I decided to switch up my pink heart, do the red heart, just so I didn't have so many different colors of pink on my DIY. It doesn't really need a hanger or anything like that. I'm just going to use the structure of the wreath form to hang it, and this is how mine turned out. I already have it hanging in my entryway. I think he's super sweet. Definitely got a little touch of Valentine's Day with that pink hat and that really cute red, pink, and white heart scarf. And I love the texture of him. This is probably the favorite way that I've ever DIY'd this wreath for him. I think it turned out really cute. I also crafted a snowman themed Valentine's Day coffee bar in that video. It was a lot of fun. If you're enjoying today's video, be sure to hit that like button. It always helps my videos do better. The theme of the next video was conversation hearts for Valentine's Day. And I'm going to show you one of your favorite DIYs from that video, the conversation heart topiary DIY. Now for the next DIY, I have a little wood heart that I got at Dollar Tree, a little pink bucket that I actually got at Dollar Spot. They do have these, of course, at Dollar Tree, but I really liked this pastel color. And I want to try turning this little wood heart into like a little candy heart topiary. So I got a dowel also from the Dollar Tree. I just cut mine down a little bit because it was a little bit too tall. And then the tricky part is trying to drill a hole right into the tip here. I did notice it was a little bit challenging. I did put some wood underneath of it to kind of get some leverage. But once I got it started, it wasn't too bad. So my first drill bit, though, was totally not wide enough. And that dowel is a little bit wider. So I switched drill bits here and went in and made it a little bit bigger, and we were able to like get it to fit nice and snug inside to make it the structure of the topiary. Now, like normally a topiary would be like a plant or something like that, but ours is going to be the little conversation hearts. I think that's going to be so cute. I put a little dot of hot glue in there and then just put that in there. I got a nice firm hold, and now it's just a matter of kind of painting it to kind of make a blank canvas, because between the conversation hearts that we're going to attach, you're going to be able to see through it kind of like you could on the little conversation heart tree that we made. And we're going to be covering the top, the bottom, both, even the sides with the candy heart. So I went ahead and painted all of the surfaces of it just white acrylic. I'm also painting most of the dowel too, because you're going to be able to see that poking out of the pot. And I really love how this turned out. I think it's so cute. Hey, check out my new drying gun. My drying gun bit the dust, and so I got this new one on Amazon. I love the color. I think it's so pretty. Now it's time to decorate this. This was actually kind of like a lot smaller than the tree, so it definitely wasn't as time consuming. But I'll show you my strategy for gluing on the candy hearts to this. I was going to at first do rows like we did before. And I guess I did technically do that, but like it's kind of a bent row to kind of go with the shape of the heart, because the bottom is going to be lower, and even on the top, it's going to be like lower right there dipped. And so I am doing a row. I did 3 on the bottom, 5 on the next one, but as you can see, that middle piece goes down a little bit. And I'm just going to do as many as I can fit. This one, I can fit another one. It does slightly overlap the edges, but I think that's okay. So we're going to do a total of 7 on this row. I do want it to have as many on there as I can get attached. But to keep everything centered, I do start there in the middle and then just keep gluing those out. You can do a couple at a time, as long as you make sure that your hot glue is still nice and hot before you attach them. And just like before, I'm trying to alternate colors, trying not to repeat colors next to each other, because I do want it to look really random. Up here at the top, I can only fit about, I think a total of 7 on this top row, with that little piece going down a little bit in the middle, gave me the perfect heart shape. So this is what we have so far. And I told you we were going to cover the back, so I'm going to go ahead and do this same exact thing here with the back. That plan worked really well, so I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing back here. I kind of know about how many rows I'm going to need, so I went ahead and did the center first, and then we're just going to fill it up with candy hearts. Now that little wood heart was like sort of thick, so there's plenty of room to cover the sides of it with the little candy hearts too, to kind of make it look the total effect. You know, we did the candy heart tree, so this is going to be like a candy heart topiary. I had thought about doing this with a foam ball, but the little foam balls that I can find at the Dollar Tree were a little small. I didn't think it would be that cute. I thought it would be cuter to be in the shape of a heart like this. So the front and the back is covered. It kind of looks like a sweet treat you want to eat, doesn't it? On a stick. And then we can start working on the sides. I kind of made mine go like all the same direction, point side down. And, you know, depending on how much the other ones kind of overlap the sides, you kind of have to move it around. But I had plenty of room to glue everything down. And then we're just going to do the same thing all the way around. It's okay that I didn't paint like the bottom of the dowel there because that's going to be down in the floral foam, which I'm going to use to hold this up. And this was actually a pretty easy DIY, and I was really impressed with how well it turned out. It's super cute. So everything's covered. I'm just going to go ahead and use my heat gun to try to get any of the little glue streaks of hot glue off of it. And just like the little tree we did before, I'm going to go ahead and seal this to kind of make it more permanent, hopefully hold up year to year. So again, I'm using the Rust-Oleum matte finish. I didn't want anything too glossy. And I'm just going to spray both sides of that to get a good seal. And the matte finish still gives you that chalky texture that you want on your conversation hearts. Isn't it so cute? It does look like you could eat it. Now for the little tin, these little foam pieces from the Dollar Tree fit perfectly in these little tin buckets. The bucket's perfect. I don't have to do anything to it. Just go ahead and put the foam down inside. And then we can just take this dowel right here in the center of the foam, pushing it down inside, nice and sturdy. Then to cover up the green foam, I'm going to be using more of those candy hearts, trying to use as many of those yellow and green ones as I can. But I will have to open up another bag if I do want to get a few more colors mixed in there. But just filling it up till, you know, you can't really see any of the foam. And I think it turned out so cute. Now I did have the handle in the back, so I kind of switched that to the front by pulling that out and placing it back in. But this is how it turned out, our little conversation heart topiary. Very cute, very sweet, and really easy to do. I bet you didn't know there were so many DIYs you can make out of Valentine's Day candy. I love it. I think it's so sweet. Okay, up next we have another Valentine's Day DIY. This was from one of my coastal Valentine's Day videos, and this was your favorite DIY, the coastal rope heart wreath. Next DIY, we're going to DIY one of these tinsel hearts from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start by removing the hanger. I really dislike the tinsel on these things, but it's got a great plastic cage underneath. And it's nice and large. Now, you could do the same DIY that I'm going to do with the metal heart wreath form if you want. I do have that one too, but I thought it might be a little bit easier to glue to the plastic versus the metal, but I think either one would work. So I'm just going to unwind all of the garland. It makes a little bit less of a mess when you unwind it than cut it, and start with our Dollar Tree rope. This is the white nautical rope from Dollar Tree. It is the 6-foot length, and I use a total of 6 of them on this project today, almost exactly 6 of them. So I'm going to start with 3. So I went ahead and opened up 3 packages. I'm going to keep it all one long length so I can make it all the way around my heart. They do have plastic tape on the end, and I don't want that to be visible at all, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that. And I want to do a fun braided rope theme on this, and it turned out so cool. So I first want to gather the first 3 pieces together. So I actually just kind of hot glued those together. Let that set up a little bit, kind of making it all one piece so that we can braid it. I'm just going to do a traditional braid like you would do with hair. That way it can kind of lay flat against our wreath form. But once this is dry, I kind of try to cinch it up a little bit to kind of make it a little bit smaller. But we're going to start on the outer row. It's going to take 3 braids to make it all the way around this because it's a nice thick heart wreath. And I think this is going to look so cute on my door for Valentine's Day. So I went ahead and replaced the hanger now because as you can see, I'm going to cover up the little hole there. So it's going to be kind of hard to get to that later. So I just tied some twine on there and then hot glued this over that area where it kind of all comes together. I make sure I let that set up for a little bit and then we can start braiding this. Now, when you're braiding it, it's also going to kind of tangle up the rest of your rope. And so I did like just a small part there. As you can see, it's kind of doing a reverse braid on everything else. Since it's a nice 6 foot long length on the rope, I just go ahead and do a section at a time and then kind of untangle it there. Now I just hot glue it to that outer band of the heart. As you can see, definitely going to take 3 of them to cover the whole thing. And then I can start on my next section of the braid. I braid a little bit and then unwind everything, and then we can go in and start gluing it. I did find that if you kind of unwind it as you go, it makes it a little bit simpler. But you can lay it on there nice and flat like this, hot gluing it down. But kind of one section at a time. If you do like one braid and then just kind of like string it out is what I'm doing, because I do want to try to continue the one piece of rope to make it all the way around so I don't have any stops and starts. I'm going to have all of my stops and starts at the top so I can cover that part up at the end and kind of make it look intentional. Now, you can even go around crazy surfaces like this point at the bottom of the heart because, of course, the rope and the braid is very flexible. So I just glue that down, keep braiding one section at a time. As you can see, I'm only doing about maybe 5 inches of braid at a time and then gluing it down. And then I have plenty left over to come all the way around. I actually had, I don't know, maybe a foot or so left here at the end. And then I'm going to, well, maybe a couple feet. I'm going to glue it all together here at the end, kind of like what we did to start it with. And then I'm going to go in with some heavy duty scissors to kind of saw through that rope and cut that off. And that was a great way to do it because it kind of kept everything together. Gluing that to the top part of my heart, kind of making it go next to right where I started as tight as I can, but leaving room for the other rows of braid. So this is how much I had left over. So I'm going to go ahead and open 3 new packages. Now, this was plenty to do the other 2 rows of the heart because, of course, they're going to be a little bit shorter. So I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to go ahead and cut the plastic tape off these. We're going to gather these together at the top with hot glue like we did before and glue that onto that cage. This really didn't take as long as I thought it would be. Like, I thought it went a lot faster than like if you're wrapping a wreath or something like that, but the results were really cool. I'm really glad that I decided to do the braid. At first I was just gonna kind of wind it around, but this definitely gave it a really unique handmade touch. I love it. I glued mine onto the middle and then just started braiding like we did before. And this is going to be the shortest row. This is the inside heart. So it really didn't take very much of the rope at all. And I had plenty left for the middle section. I'm trying to overlap enough where you won't be able to see any of the plastic cage or tabs, but not too much because I want to be able to have good coverage with my final row of braid. Again, when I get to the tip of the heart, I just kind of glue that down, twist it around, and you can bend that little point very easily with a flat braid like this. And yeah, as you can see, this one was very simple. If you wanted to do just a single rope braid, you probably could. I can't think of anything from the Dollar Tree that they have that is like a cutout heart like this, but you might be able to make something out of foam board or something like that if you wanted to kind of freehand cut one. But they do have lots of these kind of like wreath forms available, the metal one and the tinsel one that has this plastic cage inside. Now for the third row, it's getting kind of full up here, but I was able to kind of work mine in, gluing that into kind of the hole there. And we're going to keep braiding and gluing this down. And I was worried that you were going to be able to see some of this like red cage through, but I was able to get it pretty good and tight where you can't see it. And you can kind of see now how it's all going to come together. 3 rows of the braided nautical rope. It turned out so pretty. We are going to decorate it a little bit too, give it a few more coastal touches, but actually on its own, it like looks so cool. Again, I get to the point, just keep working it around and braiding the rest until I can get all the way up here to the heart, making sure that when I put the glue on there, I'm gluing like the line of the heart, but also like the little side pieces as well to kind of give me a little bit more area to have contact with. And again, when I get here to the end, I'm just going to hot glue it together first before I cut it. It's going to give me a nice finished edge. It's going to kind of keep everything together, and it's going to kind of reduce any fraying of the rope. I don't want any of that. As you can see, I have lots of hot glue on my silicone mat. So the silicone mat works really great if you're hot gluing a project like this. I'm going to try to burn off any of the little hot glue strings. And then I did go in any areas that kind of had a gap like that between the braids. I did put a little bit of hot glue in there. You can kind of hot glue the rope to itself to kind of fill up any holes that you might have to make it look all more consistent. Isn't that so cool? Now for the top part, I do have a little bit of extra rope from that first heart that we braided. And so I'm going to use that to kind of make a little strap to go around the middle part of the heart here. It's going to cover up all of the loose edges and make it look more complete. The back kind of looks like a hot mess with all the hot glue, but you're not really going to be able to see it back there, so it doesn't really matter. So I hot glue my 3 rows here, trying to leave enough room to be able to wrap it around and glue the other ends. So I wrapped mine around. I did this center one through the hanger. That way it would hang straight, and glued that one down first. Then I'm going to do the other 2, cutting those down to size and gluing them on the sides of the hanger to make sure everything stays together and hangs nicely in the end. And this was definitely wide enough, the 3 pieces of rope, to cover up all of the loose ends of the rope. And if your hot glue is too crazy, you can try to clean it up a little bit with a heat gun. But again, I don't really care. I'd rather have the glue on there and have the rope attached than not. And kind of arrange it here on the front to make sure all of my loose fibers and everything is covered up by the finished rope. I did a pretty good job of keeping it all in that same area, so it was pretty easy to cover it up. Again, you're going to have like, hot glue strings and stuff like that. That's why it's always handy to have your heat gun. And then I was going to just try to decorate it. I was thinking the Dollar Tree shore living starfish would be really cute. I thought about like covering the whole thing with starfish, but then I decided, less is more. I'm only going to do one side of the heart and do like 3 of them over here on the side. Now, I don't want to leave them white. The white against the white, I don't think provides enough contrast. If you were doing the brown rope, I think that would work, but I want to add a little color. So I'm going to do Cloudless by Apple Barrel acrylic paint, and these little plastic starfish from the Dollar Tree are so easy to paint. I'm only going to paint the front. That's only the place that you're going to be able to see, but I do make sure that I get on the sides of each one of the rays too. And 1 coat of the acrylic paint is plenty. I'm going to do them all the same color and then attach them just to the bottom right side of the heart. And I think that turned out really beautiful. So here's our beautiful braided rope heart. Gonna kind of arrange these on here like this. And then it's just a matter of hot gluing those onto my wreath. And I'm really glad I decided to make this DIY. I was trying to think of what I could do for my front door for Valentine's Day, and I think this is going to be perfect. It's not super hot here in Florida in February, so I think all my hot glue will hold up just fine. I do have slight protection to my front porch for weather and stuff like that, but I think it's going to be just fine. So I glued all three down, and this DIY is complete. Our little braided rope heart for Valentine's Day. Doesn't that look so cool? I think it looks so coastal with the rope and the braids and the starfish, but I think really beautiful for Valentine's Day as well. And it's definitely a work of art. Everything you see there is from the Dollar Tree and just a really fun DIY. Now moving on to St. Patrick's Day. I had so much fun putting these together, all St. Patrick's Day DIYs. Your all's favorite DIY was my mossy shamrock DIY. Now the next one, I picked up one of these glitter foam shamrocks from the Dollar Tree. And I'm not a fan of the glitter, but I thought it would be really cute to try to make this a moss shamrock display for St. Patrick's Day. So I picked up a little stand from the Dollar Tree as well. This one kind of had a really cool stain on it as well, so I took advantage of that. And then I picked up two different kinds of reindeer moss at Dollar Tree because they're different colors, as you can see. One's way more green and one's way more brown. I wanted two different kinds of reindeer moss because I kind of wanted it to look clumpy, where there was like different kinds of moss mixed together. I kind of like that vibe, but if you want to do yours all with the same color, I'm sure that would look really good as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and dump those out, kind of breaking them apart into some smaller pieces. And we are just going to simply cover the green glitter foam with the moss. So just one piece at a time. I am going to hot glue the moss onto the glitter. The glitter kind of protected the foam a little bit. It really wasn't melting from the hot glue that I normally see from that. But I am going to have to do a fairly heavy coat of moss to cover up all that glitter. I guess you could have painted it first if you wanted to, but I thought I could do a pretty good job of covering it all up. So as you can see, I'm kind of alternating. I did like the bright green, the brown, the bright green, and the brown. And just finish off the stem of this first. And then we're just going to do one section at a time. I just wanted to keep alternating the two different kinds of moss so it will look kind of random. And right now I'm just gluing to the very top part, anything that's going to be kind of visible there from the top. And even though this was a really easy St. Patrick's Day DIY, this one was probably the most time-consuming one today, just because you had to kind of glue all this moss on one piece at a time. So this is the first little heart shape of our little shamrock, and we're going to speed this way up just because this part was definitely a little bit more time consuming. But basically, I want to cover all of the shamrock that you're going to be able to see. I want to make this like a standing shamrock display for St. Patrick's Day, and it turned out so cute. But I don't want you to be able to see any of the glitter, so I'll show you how I kind of mask all that. So just one piece at a time, just alternating my colors. And trying to cover as much as I can with this first row of moss until I go all the way around. Now, you can still see the glitter on the outside of the shamrock and on the inside of the shamrock. So we're going to have to add more moss to both of those, so you can't really see it from the front. You could also add moss to the back. I chose not to, but if you had plenty of moss and time, you totally could do that. But that's what it looks like so far. It's looking cute, but still you can see that glitter. So we're going to have to go in here, and I just started at the stem again, kind of one piece at a time, and just start hot gluing that again all the way around. And I don't want to make like my moss pieces too thick. I am going to trim it up here in the end to try to make sure it still has that perfect like shamrock look. But I thought this turned out really cool with the moss on the shamrock. I have DIY'd these before. I have made a coastal shamrock with this by covering the whole thing in Dollar Tree sand glued on. And that turned out really cute. It kind of gave me the display or the idea of displaying this one on a little pedestal like I did before. But the moss look totally goes with St. Patrick's Day, totally kind of goes with the Irish vibe. And so I just keep gluing more moss on here. Definitely making sure to use my finger protector because I'm using a lot of hot glue here. Don't want to burn myself. Now, if you're happy with that amount of coverage, you could stop there. I'm not a big fan of the glitter on this for sure, so I wanted to make sure that you couldn't see any at all, and I thought you could still see, you know, like the row on the inside. So after I got the front and the sides done, I do go in and add more moss to the inside to make sure that you can't see any of the glitter from the front. So I kind of flipped it around to kind of do it from the back just because I thought it would be a little bit easier to see. And I'm still working on those same 2 bags of moss that I started with. It goes further than you think because this project is really not that small, but I had plenty with the 2 packages together to cover this completely with moss. And again, if you wanted to do like all the same color, I'm sure that would look really good too. But I kind of wanted to try out like different kinds of moss this time, kind of give it that patchy moss look. I think that looks pretty cool. So just one section at a time, I'm filling on the inside, and I don't really have enough left to do the back of mine or the time, so I'm just going to leave it like that. But again, you could always moss the back of yours as well, kind of to make it a more finished project. Now I've got it all covered in moss. It's looking pretty cool. It's looking a little wild though, so I do go in with my scissors and kind of just give it a quick trim, trim up any of the moss pieces that are kind of sticking out a little bit significant. Want to try to clean up any like glue strings and stuff since I used so much hot glue with that. And I really kind of want to make sure that I don't have any areas where you can really see the glitter shining through the moss. And I think I did a pretty good job of covering that up. Now I used a little foam pool noodle knife to cut off the very base just to make it super flat back there. And then this was the little wood sign that I got from Dollar Tree to use as the base. Isn't that a really cool stain? I was going to use burlap on something, but I really liked the vibe of this. And I'm just going to give it a quick sand to get off any splinters from the side of this, but otherwise the base is ready to go. Now for a little bit more stability, I tried to find some of the largest nails that I have from Dollar Tree, and I'm going to go ahead and choose 2 of those. I'm going to drive those in the bottom of this so they will be sticking upright, and then I can actually attach those to the foam shamrock on the inside to help hold this up. So I'm just going to do the 2 nails side by side so they will fit in the base. It's not too wide there. And flip it over and drive the nails all the way through. So this is how mine looks. I'm just going to straighten them out a little bit. And then I'm also going to add hot glue. It's going to be a combination of the nails and the hot glue, holding the little shamrock on the base. And then I'm just going to layer that on there, trying to make sure that I get it on there centered and straight. And I think this turned out really cute. It was definitely not hard, just a little time consuming with all of the moss that I had to attach. But I think it looks really cool for St. Patrick's Day. My little mossy shamrock. Here it is with a little bit better lighting in my home. Isn't that so cool? I know Dollar Spot at Target has sold something similar in the past, but I kind of like this one even better. There were lots of favorites in that DIY video, but I had to pick one, so I chose the little mossy shamrock. Now moving on to Easter, I had so much fun putting these Easter DIYs together. Your favorite DIY from this video was my little grass and flower bunny rabbit, but there were so many fun DIYs in that one as well. Okay, for our next DIY, I'm going to take a little bunny sign from the Dollar Tree and some of their faux turf. Now, I got this faux turf at Dollar Tree Plus for $5. I'm hearing from the Dollar Tree employees that this stuff is super in demand. I got mine a couple of weeks ago when I first saw it, and I've never seen it again since. And I want to save most of it for my table decor because it's so cute. But I'm going to use some of it to cover this bunny because I wanted to do a version of this little wood bunny that kind of looks like a wreath. Like greenery with flowers and stuff like that. So I'm just going to pop off the little bunny tail just because it was kind of sticking out and I didn't really want to have that get in the way. But we're going to cover the rest of this bunny with this turf. Now, there's other ways you could do this, and I had to make this DIY twice because of my camera issues. And so I'll show you the other way that I made it using Dollar Tree moss after I get done with this DIY. So I just actually sketch out the actual bunny shape on the back of the turf. It's got like a rug kind of backing, and I just Sharpie all the way around so I can cut this out. It's kind of got like a black plastic coating like underneath the turf. But how cool is this? The minute I saw this, I picked up a roll of it, and now I kind of wish I would have got more than one roll because it's so fun for Easter decor. I love using any kind of grass that I can use, anything that's going to look cute with like little Easter eggs and stuff like that down inside. So I'm just going to trim this out. It was actually pretty easy to cut, but as you can see, it like is very messy because you're going to be cutting off grass as you're going. So definitely be prepared for that if you're going to cut some of this turf. But I think this is going to be so cute. I just wanted like a bunny covered in greenery that we can also cover in spring flowers. So just cutting that shape out. Again, the bunny shape is usually not too intricate, and that was actually pretty easy to do. It's just a matter of cleaning up all of that mess. And here is our little bunny. I'm not going to worry about the little wood bump outs for the ears. I don't think they're really going to get in the way. And just laying that out, making sure I cut the bunny down to size. It's going to cover up any of the wood. And you can kind of see like the black plastic around the edges a little bit. So I was kind of trying to flatten mine out a little bit to try to cover that up. And as you can see, it does shed like a little bit. But really cool find for a Dollar Tree. The next year they need to order more. I wasn't super impressed with the fact that you could see that black plastic around the edges. So I thought I could go in and kind of trim that up a little bit closer to it. To try to avoid seeing it. But you know what? You can still kind of see it even after trimming it up. So I kind of make it work. But I was trying to minimize the amount of plastic that was kind of sticking out there along the edges. Maybe if you cut it like a little bit more at an angle, you'll get less plastic around the edges and more just like straight turf. So I just trimmed mine down a little bit more until I was happy with it. The problem with that, though, is that now you can see a little bit of the wood sign back there, and you can still kind of see some of the black. So I thought about kind of using more turf to fill that in, but I think it's close enough that we can make it work. I had made this project already, and so I have two of these little bunnies. I'm going to have to gift one with moss, and so I did not have any more moss left to remake the project, so I decided to try to use the turf, and I'm glad I did because it turned out really good. So I'm just going to go ahead and hot glue the bunny cut out of turf onto the wood bunny sign. Just like that, and I did want to kind of mask the fact that you could see the wood around the side, so I'm going to have to kind of touch that up a little bit. And I'm trying to trim off any of the plastic, the black plastic that might be a little bit over the edges. Just trying to trim it up as best as I can. Isn't that so cute? We have a little grass bunny, perfect for decorating. Now, since I can already see the black plastic, I thought about painting it green around the edges, but I decided to kind of go with the black because that's going to kind of make it kind of blend in. So I just went around the edges of my wood bunny where you could see my visible wood with my black paint pen. And that totally kind of made that kind of disappear into the black turf. And so that was a quick, easy way to fix that. So I just went all the way around with my black paint pen, and any edges that you can see, I just kind of touched those up. And what we're going to be covering this with is just Dollar Tree flowers. I found some really cute little tiny flowers in spring colors, and I thought we could have little flowers like growing out of the grass. But for the bunny tail, I wanted to use something fun and fluffy like a bunny tail. So I'm going to use one of the pink carnations from the Dollar Tree. I thought that'd make a perfect little bunny tail. So I'm just going to attach it right about here where I think it would work. I left the stem on it, and I just put a little hot glue on the stem and glue that down into my faux turf for a cute little bunny tail. And then I want to use these smaller flowers to kind of decorate it. These were the smallest flowers I could find at Dollar Tree. These are like the hot pink baby's breath. Now, they don't pull off. You have to actually cut the stems on these to get little flowers. And so I just cut the stems off, maybe like a ½ inch. I didn't want it too long. And I just put a little hot glue on the tip of those flowers and pushed it down into the grass so we can make it look like a yard full of wildflowers. And I want it to be super colorful and fun. So I kind of did that hotter pink color all around, kind of scattered those out. Now these are the spike. These have little white flowers that you can actually pull off. So I pulled those off and just hot glued those around too. I want to do like pinks and whites and yellows. I think that'd be really pretty. This is kind of a softer yellow. This is it's called Tweedia from Dollar Tree. And they have like two different flowers. They have this one that's got like 6 petals. They also have a smaller one. I'm going to use some of the smaller ones here as well too. Right here at the top, that one only has like 4 petals. And kind of just scatter those around evenly as well. And this is the soft pink baby's breath. It's just a little bit different color than the first one that we used. And so I'm going to add a little bit of the soft pink in there as well. Kind of making sure all the areas of the bunny is covered with little flowers. And so I don't really want like too many open spaces of green. So I just kind of keep adding flowers until I'm happy with it. It's so cute. I think I like this one with the turf a little bit better than the first bunny that I made. Because again, I spent hours trying to save that video file to show you guys that DIY. And it was not salvageable even with my expensive software. So I had to just make it again, but you know what? I really kind of like how it turned out. What do you guys think about our little wildflower Easter bunny made out of grass? I think it's super fun. Let me show you the one that I made out of moss. So this one I just glued Dollar Tree floral moss all over. I think it's still super cute. And that is an option that you can do if you can't find the turf. But I kind of like the brighter green color of the turf if you can find it. So I guess I'll have to gift one of these because now I kind of have twinsies. But this is how mine turned out with the grass. The little Easter grass bunny with all of the beautiful spring flowers all around. And, you know, I live in Florida, so spring is not like quite as exciting as it is up north. I used to live in Missouri and in Pennsylvania, so I still remember the joy of spring. Now the next DIY, I did kind of more of a coastal Easter theme for this DIY video. And your favorite DIY from this video was my coastal Easter egg DIY. For the next one, we're going to use one of these chunky eggs. I love these. These are new this year. They have eggs, bunnies, carrots, and chicks. And then another one of the wood slice signs, this time the circle, and a little Easter word that I picked up at the Crafter Square at Dollar Tree as well. Now I'm going to paint this egg and I don't want to make a huge mess. So I'm going to use a little painter's tape to go around the edges to protect those. And I want to make a really cute little egg display, but I want it to be a beachy. I thought we could use different shades of blue. These are the ones I chose to do a beach scene, a very abstract beach scene on the Easter egg. I thought that would look so fun. Now, it's so easy to do a beach scene. Really, all you need is different shades of blue, and you really don't even need this many different shades. I probably didn't need this many because you can blend the different blues together. And when you're looking out at the ocean, you're going to have like different shades of blue, switching to a different shade of blue for the sky. But it kind of all blends in. And if you're going for an abstract painting, you really can't mess this up. So let me show you how easy it is. I'm going to start with a light blue, like cloudless here at the top of the Easter egg. And just kind of working in horizontal direction, brush that. I'm going to go with the Caribbean color, that more turquoise teal, and do that for kind of like a skyline. Switch it up to some of like the other shades of blue to do different shades of blue as I'm coming towards me. I do want to leave a little bit of room at the bottom of the egg to be able to actually do like a sandy color beach. And then I just kind of go in and blend them in together. Now, I did do one coat and gave it a dry, and I liked it, but I kind of wanted to change it. So I kind of did like the same kind of colors, but tried to make some more defined areas and also kind of make it look like, you know, the sun is shining on the ocean. It's so easy to do this because if you don't like the way that it turns out, or if it doesn't remind you of the ocean, you can just add more paint like I did. So I think that looks really beachy and fun. Now for the sand, I'm using the Beachcomber beige color. You could also glue Dollar Tree sand to the bottom. That would be cute. And I'm just going to do a little row of beach here. And I'm going to kind of curve it a little bit to kind of make it look more like a natural like beach line. Just a little bit of a curve. And just paint the bottom of it that color. I think that looks like the perfect color of sand. Then for a little sea foam, I'm just doing some white acrylic. And I'm just kind of pouncing that across to get us started with like a little sea foam. A couple coats of that. And then I kind of want to blend that in as much as I can. Kind of make it look, you know, more foamy like sea foam. I even use like a dry brush on it there just to kind of like fan it out, make it the edges not so hard. And even like kind of blending it in a little bit here with just a baby wipe helps with that too. You can also use white to add like just a couple little waves, little sea caps out in the ocean. I'm just going to do a few of them, and then I'm going to kind of blend them in as well too, just to kind of give you that ocean wave vibe. If you had some ocean scrapbook paper, you can also cover it with that. Super easy, but again, painting the ocean scene is so easy. Really give it a try. I really don't think you can mess this up. One of the first things I did was paint a giant one of those for my living room. Now for the base of the egg, it stands on its own, but I thought we could make it even more special by using one of these wood slice signs from the Dollar Tree. This is the round one, and you have to be really careful when you pull out the staples. As you can see, the bark will come off, and I did kind of break it on this side, but I'll show you how I fixed it as well. Went ahead and pulled it off and got the staple out of it. And then it's just a matter of gluing it back in there. It's kind of an even cut, so if I can get it in there the right direction, then you're not really going to be able to tell. And I'll just make that the back of my sign anyway. But that's why I'm always saying to be careful when you're pulling those staples out. They really like to take the bark off. And you can use like the Cricut weeder too to kind of get some of those leftover staples out of that. So we have a fun little round base for the Easter egg. And then I also want to add a little Easter sign to the egg. I thought that'd be really cute. This is just a little cursive Easter egg word sign that I found at Crafter Square at Dollar Tree. And I wanted to stand out against the blue ocean, so I'm just painting it with some white acrylic. And then for the base, I kind of wanted to blend in with the sand. So I'm going to use like that Beachcomber beige for this one to kind of stain it as well. And kind of wipe off the excess. And kind of make that look like a continuation of the beach that's at the bottom of the shell. I thought it would just make it look like a more substantial piece if it had a base, even though, again, the egg will stand on its own. It's really nice and chunky. I did do a second coat of white on that Easter sign to really make that white pop against that blue ocean background and make sure I have good coverage on that. And I love those little signs. They're so cute. Now I'm going to go ahead and remove my painter's tape. It did a pretty good job of protecting the sides of my egg, and I'm glad that I did it because there was lots of painting there. And then I'm just going to attach a little bit of hot glue here to the back to attach the Easter egg word to the front of the egg right here over the water. Super cute little touch. And then I thought we could decorate the beach as well. I buy these little tiny starfish on Amazon. I have these posted in my Amazon shop that I have linked below under like beach decorating things, ideas. I have a beach category in my shop and I love them. As you can see, I buy like the ivory ones. I also buy the teal ones. They're so cute and they're so fun for crafting. And then I'm just going to attach my egg to the base like that. As you can see, it's a nice, thick, chunky sign. I think it's going to hold up well with just hot glue. So I did 2 rows of hot glue and just set my chunky Easter egg onto the wood slice base. And so easy. Now, since I kind of continued the look of the beach there at the bottom, I thought we would kind of decorate that too. Since this is an indoor decoration, I'm not going to do sand or anything, but I thought seashells would be cute. So I'm just going to pick out some of these little seashells from the Dollar Tree, the little miniature ones, and just kind of decorate the base there in front of the Easter egg just for another little coastal touch. And I love how this turned out. It's so beachy and cute. And if you didn't want to do coastal, you could paint this with just about anything. Or I used the bunny on a previous DIY and the carrot and just covered them with paper that I printed out with designs on them, kind of like a scrapbook paper. But this is how it turned out with a little painted beach scene. The Easter word, we have our starfish and our little sandy beach complete with seashells, and the wood round slice really worked well for a base. Isn't that so beachy and fun? Now for the next Easter DIY video. This was a really fun traditional Easter DIY video. What we're going to do is DIY one of the plush bunny rabbits from the Dollar Tree to make a cute little Easter bunny. Okay, for the next DIY, I wanted to DIY one of these little bunny rabbits from the Dollar Tree. Little plush rabbit. I chose the brown one because I thought maybe he had a little bit more character. But you could always do this with the white one as well. But the trick on this one, I wanted to find a way to make him special. And I kind of stumbled across a YouTube video by Crate and Art where she painted her. So I'm going to try to do the same. I will link her video down in the description below because she actually sewed hers too and it turned out really cute. I hate sewing though, so I wanted to see what I could do with this bunny rabbit without sewing. So I went ahead and removed the little bunny nose just by applying a little heat there. I'm going to save that for later, and I'm going to paint mine too. Her channel is Crate and Art, so C-R-A-T-E, the letter N, and then Art. And she painted her. So she painted over the face and the belly with like a white. I'm going to do mine like an antique parchment, so it's a little bit more of an ivory color. And then she added, I think, like real like doll eyes and whiskers and stuff like that. And she sewed hers to make it have legs, facial details, super cute. So if you want more ideas of how you can decorate your bunny, be sure to check out her YouTube channel. I was really impressed. I've never seen anybody paint these before, and I thought it was a great idea. So right there, I just kind of did like a little oval around the eyes and then a little bump out for the cheeks. The cheeks are kind of blushy pink, and I don't want to go over as far as they're blushed, but I kind of like that the blush kind of came through my paint, as you can see. I just kind of switched to a smaller brush, and I'm just using acrylic antique parchment, the ivory paint. Gonna do right here for the bunny neck too, and then I'm gonna come down and give it a bunny belly. I don't really mind too much the fact that it doesn't really have legs. It's just going to kind of make him look nice and fluffy. And I absolutely love how this turned out. I have a lot of plush bunnies. Like I have a collection. It's one of my favorite things to use for Easter. And I think this one actually turned out good enough to kind of go in my collection. So, because these bunnies from the Dollar Tree can be a little bit plain. So I just went over with one coat of paint, and I'm just kind of touching up the edges, trying to cover up the facial details a little bit, but I don't really mind if they show through because it'll kind of give me detail because I'm just going to be painting a lot of it back on because I don't want to do any sewing. I'm a crafter. I don't know. I just do not like sewing. So also around the bunny belly and stuff like that, I just go around and kind of touch everything up. I didn't really have a paint pen this exact shade of ivory, so you could use that to kind of make it a little bit more pronounced. But I'm also going to go ahead and do my little bunny feet in that white color too. So we're just going to make him two-tone. So he's going to be that nice like brown color and ivory too. It just gave him a lot of character, I think. Now I can still kind of see the toes through when I just paint the little bunny paws that color. And then the felt ones at the bottom, we're going to paint those too. Those are just like flat pieces of felt. This is actually part of the plush bunny. And not taping it off or anything. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just trying to do the part there with like the little bunny toes. And I do the front and the back and kind of the sides just to make sure that I get good coverage there. And trying to make sure my wet paint doesn't touch back down on my bunny. I'm going to go ahead and stand him up and we can paint his little feet ivory too. And this is the colors that she painted hers. She also painted her ears ivory, so you could totally do that as well, but I kind of liked my bunny having pink insides of his ears, so I'm going to leave those. Just trying to make sure he's dry. If you use a heat gun in yours, though, be very careful because I did kind of melt part of his arm a little bit. That fabric doesn't hold up too well. Now for the eyes, I was trying to decide between the Dollar Tree googly eyes, or I actually have some colored ones that I got, I think at Target Dollar Spot. And I think they're a little bit cuter, but you could totally use the ones from the Dollar Tree, kind of whatever you have. I don't have any doll eyes or anything like that. So I kind of wanted to create my own with some of the little googly eyes. These actually look like eyeballs, so they're super cute. I think I got those at Target Dollar Spot, I'm pretty sure. And so I'm just going to hot glue those over where I can see the original eye was painted on. If you don't have any googly eyes or doll eyes, you could always paint that eye back on. It's still going to give it so much character just by painting him. They did have stickers on the back, so I did peel it for the sticker side, but I didn't think that'd be sticky enough, so I did use hot glue to try to make sure that stays on. And then I did save his little bunny nose. I didn't melt my felt too much, so I'm going to go ahead and use the existing nose, hot gluing that back on now that I've painted his face. And you can already see how much more character he already has from the addition of paint. I'm just going to use a pink Sharpie I have just to kind of draw his little mouth back on. Since he has a pink nose, I thought pink would work well too for his little mouth. Nothing crazy. And then I kind of want to do like whiskers too. So I want to do like some little whisker dots here on the side of the bunny nose. My fine tip Sharpie was not wanting to cooperate on the paint, so I switched it up to just a regular Sharpie, and that seemed to work a little bit better. Now, I was trying to brainstorm what I could possibly use for whiskers, and the only thing I could think of is I do have some of the black floral wire from the Dollar Tree, and I think this is from the hardware section, actually. So maybe it's not floral wire, maybe it's just wire, but it's very thin. So I just cut out 6 little pieces all about the same length, and I thought those would make perfect whiskers. And you know what? They actually worked pretty well. Now, painting the fabric made it where it was a little difficult to kind of stab through the fabric. And you know what? I think hot glue will be fine. I'm just going to do like a little dollop of hot glue right there, and that should be enough to actually glue all 3 of my whiskers in. And that actually worked pretty well. It's not super obvious. And it was probably a lot easier than trying to bury it down into the bunny anyway. I think when I painted the fabric, it just kind of sealed it up a little bit. So I'm going to do a dot here on the other side of the bunny nose and glue 3 more whiskers on. Now I've DIY'd these bunnies a lot from Dollar Tree, and I've never made one this cute. I'm so excited about this little guy. He's so cute, he might even need a name. I'll have to let you guys name them down in the comments below. Now for his toes, I'm just going to use that same pink Sharpie. I like using Sharpies on paint like this. It doesn't bleed very much like a paint pen sometimes. And then I'm going to do it for his little front paws as well. Just trying to make sure it's dry. This is kind of the arm I melted a little bit there with my heat gun, so be careful about using heat on this material. Like a lot of Dollar Tree fabric, it did not take it too well. So I just drew his little toes back on. He is so cute. He does stand up on his own. He's weighted from behind. I thought it'd be cute to use a bunny tail. And originally I had picked like the white ones from the Dollar Tree, but then I was like, that doesn't really match anything. So I'm going to give him a little pink tail. I have some of the little pink pom-poms, the little yarn craft kits from the Easter section at Dollar Tree. And I'm going to put one of those for a little bunny tail just because I think he needs one. So right here on the back, I thought about using the largest one first, but then I thought maybe it was a little bit too large. So I switched it up to kind of more this medium size one. And I'm just going to fluff that out and attach it with hot glue right here on the back. Now I knew I wanted to make clothes for him. I was trying to decide what kind of clothes. He already has a lot of character from the paint and the details that we've added to him. But I thought I would do something really simple, like Peter Cottontail would wear like a little vest or something. But again, I don't want to sew, so I was trying to find something. I thought about using fabric, but I didn't know if I'd be able to do a no-sew clothes for this bunny with that. So I'm actually going to use a felt. So these are the little felt sheets in the Easter colors from Dollar Tree. I love these. They have these great pastel colors. I think they have 3 different color packs where they have polka dots and they also have solid colors. So I love this color. I think this is going to be so cute on him. And we can make a little vest. It's not big enough to do the back and the front of the vest, but you know what? They also have the same color in a solid. So we can use the solid for the back of the vest and we can use that cute polka dot pattern for the front. So I kind of want to cut out just a traditional vest shape. So I'm kind of thinking about how that would lay on him. I don't really have a pattern or anything, so I'm going to kind of use the bunny as my own little pattern. So I just laid the felt right on top of him and started cutting up, like I would cut up a vest into 2 different parts and then like have a V-neck here. So I'm going to cut it at an angle and I want it to go around his arm and up above his shoulder to make a cute little vest just like that. So I want to create like a mirror image. So front to front, I sit that on the other polka dot pattern and cut down the other side of the vest. And these are just kind of starter pieces. I'm going to kind of trim this down, make sure it fits him a little bit better. I do need a little cutout here at the top for his arm. So I just cut a little triangle shape out of one side and then using that as a template, I did that for the other side as well. So his little arm will fit. It'll go above his shoulder like that. It's a little too long, so I'm going to go ahead and shorten it a bit. And we're going to try it on him and see how it looks. I noticed the bottom was not super level, so I'm going to kind of balance that out a little bit. And I think that's going to be the perfect size for a vest. So I'm going to start just by hot gluing the felt to the felt, actually, just along the side of the bunny. So on his shoulder, on his sides, just like that, and leave the front of it open. I'm not going to use any buttons or anything like that. Nothing crazy, just a super easy no-sew vest. And I'm going to do the same thing here on the other side. I glue it above his shoulder and along the seam here on the side. And again, I don't have enough fabric to use that same fabric for the back of the vest, but we're going to use that solid color. So again, I don't have a pattern. I'm just going to kind of use the bunny as a template, kind of work with what I have here. So I know I want to start here on one side. So I'm going to start here on this side and just start gluing that straight seam down to the side of the vest. I'm going to cut out like a little triangle here for his arm again. So it'll wrap around closely. Look like a little hole for the vest sleeve, I guess, or lack of sleeve, vest opening there. And then I'm going to cut along the neck. Then I can go ahead and kind of glue that all down above the bunny's shoulder, meeting it up with a vest from the other side. And, you know, he's kind of shaped at an angle, so it's not super straight across. I just kind of pull it as flat as I can. and cut off some of the excess material, which means I need to kind of straighten out the bottom too to make it go straight from one side to the other. And then I can hot glue the seam to seam here again. And just like the other side, I'm going to cut a little tiny triangle here for his little bunny arm, and then a little piece here to go around his shoulder. And I'm going to secure that as well. So easy peasy, no sew, little vest that I think kind of looks like a Peter Cottontail vest, gives him lots of personality. I also kind of hot glued it to the back of his neck there to kind of tighten it up and make sure that his clothes stay on. I think that looks super cute. I did think that he needed something on his neck though. It's not very cute there, that little like where the material kind of slouches there. And I thought a bow tie would be super cute to go with his little vest. That would be very Peter Cottontail. I thought about using the blue that came in the same package, but you know what? He has a lot of pink already. So I have one of the felt kits for the pink too. And I thought I could use the pink and white polka dot to make a little bow tie. That'd be super cute to bring out like the pink details in the bunny rabbit and also go really well with the little vest that we just DIY'd. So I'm just going to cut the tiniest little rectangle here for a little bow tie. And then we're just going to make a super easy bow tie by just taking some Dollar Tree twine and just kind of tying that in the middle where it'll kind of cinch up and look like a bow tie. So I just flip it over, tie just a simple knot right here in the middle, which is going to cinch it up, make it look super cute like that. I am going to double tie it to make sure that stays in place and then cut off the excess twine so you can't really see that part. And it was just such an easy way to make a little bow tie for him. And now all I have to do is kind of hot glue that in place right there at the base of the bunny neck. Isn't he so cute so far? I had so much fun putting this DIY together. I really hope you guys enjoy him. I think he's super cute. He has so much personality. I did want him to hold something. And I have some of those little string carrots from the Dollar Tree. And I thought that would be the perfect thing for my little Peter Cottontail to hold. It'll look like, you know, he has like been in the garden stealing carrots. And so I'm just going to kind of put it here under the little bunny foot, kind of holding it up against his body up next to the cute little vest. So I just hot glue the little string carrot to the vest and to his little bunny foot there. And I think that will stay in place pretty well. It's not super heavy. And I just added another fun little Easter touch to this little bunny rabbit. And I absolutely love how he turned out. So many little fun details, so much personality in him. Isn't he so cute? And thank you so much to Creighton Art for giving me the idea of painting my bunny rabbit, because I knew there had to be something that I could do to make him extra special. This is how he turned out. As you can see, he is super adorable. And I love the fact that I didn't have to sew anything either. What do you guys think about this cutie? So much fun. Now for the next set of Easter DIYs, there were lots of favorites in this video, but I think this one was your favorite. This is the carrot Easter bunny wreath. It was so easy to make, and I love how it looked on my door for Easter. And I wanted to make an Easter wreath. I'm going to use just a metal single wreath form from the Dollar Tree. This is the one that's like in like the 3D pack that's got like some extra little parts on it, but they're easy enough to pull off with like a pair of pliers. I thought like the individual wire wreath form would be better for this because I want to wrap it with Dollar Tree garland, and I don't want to have to worry about covering like one of the 3 or 4 metal ring ones. I thought this would be a little bit simpler. And I'm just going to leave that one on there. I thought about making it into a hanger, but once you start wrapping it, you kind of lose that. I wanted to do the egg shape, but I couldn't find the egg shape at my Dollar Tree. But you know, I guess you could always bend it like an egg shape. I ended up doing it round. But I want to combine this garland from the Dollar Tree and, of course, those little string carrots from the Dollar Tree to make a really cute little Easter wreath. I don't think I've ever used this specific garland from the Dollar Tree before, but it was really nice. The greenery is like wrapped around this like brown wrapped wire. And so it's very moldable and stuff like that, but it looks nice too. And I'm going to use that to kind of disguise the wire of the wreath form. Now for the first row, as you can see, it's not super long. It's 4 foot, and this is a large wreath form. I'm going to be making a big wreath here. I'm going to just start here at one end, just wrapping that wire around. But I thought I could do zip ties on the first row just because you're not going to be able to see them once I get good coverage on everything else. So I am just going to use some zip ties here. Like about every 1/4 of the way around, just to provide a good base and to make sure that kind of stays on the front of the wire and doesn't like slip to the back. This wasn't my first choice for like greenery for a carrot wreath, but I kind of like the fact that it's like green and white leaves. I think it looks really cool in the end. So that's how much coverage one of those garlands will get you. I'm going to use a total of 5 today, but you could probably get away with 3 if that's all you could find. So I'm just going to start just to kind of in a random place. Every time I kind of switched it up a little bit. And just wrap it around and wrap it around what we have. I want to just keep building it out and trying to make it like a more substantial wreath. I want it to be really full. But as you can see, it kind of looks cool like that too. If you're going to use maybe a little bit less greenery, you could probably get away with it. I went ahead and picked up 5, and I wasn't going to use that many, but once I kept adding these, it got a little uneven, and so then I went back and I had to use the 5th one to make sure that, you know, the greenery is kind of even, and then I can just scatter those little string carrots all the way around. And I was really kind of impressed with this. Sometimes the garland and stuff like that from the Dollar Tree is kind of cheap and falls apart a lot, but this one was actually pretty good. So that's what it looks like after 3. That's why I was saying you could probably get away with 3 because that looks pretty good. But you know what? I bought the garland for this project, so I might as well use it all. So I'm just going to wrap these second 2 garlands around and we'll have a nice full wreath here. I really like those string carrots. I think they're always so fun to decorate with, and I don't think I've ever made an Easter wreath with them before, so this was a fun little challenge. All of the DIYs today are going to be really super whimsical and fun. I had a lot of fun putting these together. Lots of carrots and rabbits and jelly beans and flowers, all kinds of fun ideas, and eggs and stuff like that. So this is my last and final one. This one was kind of sewn together. Makes me wonder why. And this is just going to get wrapped around just like all the other ones. And I wasn't going to use this one, and then I really just kind of needed to even it out. So that is why we're doing a garland number 5. But as you can see, in the end, it looks pretty cool because like that brown wire like kind of looks like grapevine, like it's like braided together. So it gave me like a really cool effect. Now it's time for the little string carrots. I am just going to hot glue those and just scatter those out all the way around the wreath. Just trying to keep my spacing kind of even, and I thought it would look best if I kind of just did them all in the same direction all the way around the wreath form. We're also going to add a bunny touch to this wreath at the very end, and I think that made it really cute. I'm going to dangle him down inside the carrot wreath, and I was really impressed with how well this turned out. I will definitely keep this Dollar Tree garland in mind for wreaths in the future. Just make sure that you pick up quite a bit when you see it in the stores because 4 feet does not get you very far with these. The carrots, though, are a great value. You can get these in a bag, like loose like this. You could also get them like on the garland and like the twine and just take them off. But look how cute the greenery looks combined with the carrots. It really made it look fun and festive for Easter. So I think that looks pretty good. Now just time for the bunny rabbit. I'm going to use a Dollar Tree sign and I want to kind of just dangle it down inside, but I just want to use like the bunny head. I thought that would be a little bit less colorful and kind of go with the vibe of that sign. And it's painted really nice. It's got glitter on its ears, but otherwise I really like the little bunny face. I think it's super cute. So I'm just going to use a little heat here to remove his ribbon. And then these Dollar Tree signs are, totally thin enough that you can cut these with just a razor blade. You don't need to use a saw or anything like that. Just go through it a couple of times and it should break right off. So once I got the bow out of the way, I was able to just, cut it right along his little bunny chin here. Do bunnies have chins? And I think I had to cut it like 3 times to get a good cut and then just bend it back. And then you just have a little bit of that like pressed wood to snip off. He's already got hangers through his ears, which will come in handy because I can use that part to hang on the wreath form. I'm just going to use my sanding block to kind of even up my cut there at the bottom and make it look a little bit more round. And then I'm going to remove the hanger here because it's not quite long enough. And I'm just going to replace that with some twine. And I can tie each bunny ear individually to the wreath form. And it turned out really well. So just make sure that you're tying him up fairly even so he dangles down right. But isn't that so cute? I really loved how this Easter wreath turned out. Hopefully you like it too. I love DIYing and decorating for Easter. It is definitely one of my favorite holidays. And, you can use the wreath form to hang it, or you can just attach some twine to that to hang your wreath up. But I absolutely love how it turned out. It's nice and big for a Dollar Tree wreath. And this is a little close-up shot of our carrot and greenery Easter wreath with the little bunny rabbit hanging down inside. Isn't he so cute? And you could even bend it if you wanted to do an egg-shaped wreath or use an egg-shaped wreath form as well. Now moving on to the 4th of July. This video was Coastal Patriotic for 4th of July. And your favorite DIY from this video was my red, white, and blue seahorses from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree. So for the first project, we're going to start with 3 of the seahorse from Dollar Tree and 2 pieces of their craft wood. I have, I think, a full piece and a piece I've used before, the 10-inch chunky slats. And I love these seahorses. With previous DIYs, I've just left them plain because they're so cute. But for this one, I thought we would give it some red, white, and blue fun and make a cool little 4th of July decoration. So I'm going to leave one white, so I don't need to tape that, but I am taping the bases. They are like that resin ceramic, but they look like wood and they look cool, so I'm going to leave them like that. And we're going to paint the other 2. So for the first one, I'm going to paint it red. The color I have is, I think it's just bright red acrylic by Delta. You can do kind of whatever color red you want. I don't like too much the red and royal blue. I usually try to go with either a beachy blue for the blue or a navy blue. So today I'm going to do a navy blue. So I'm doing red, white, and like navy blue. I just think it looks really nice together. Now, as you can see, there are lots of little nooks and crannies on this seahorse, so it does take a brush and a little bit of work to get all of that covered. And we are going to distress it to make it look cool like the original one too, but this is going to be the base color, like white is the base color on the other one. So this is the navy blue color. Goes on a little bright, but it dries a little bit darker. And same thing, we're just going to go over the whole thing. You want to paint your front and back. And we're going to put this all together and make a really cool USA patriotic display. Now, on my patriotic videos here on YouTube, I do both coastal and non-coastal because not all of you guys decorate coastal, and so I will be doing some of the non-coastal as well, but for today we're doing all coastal. Now for the craft wood, I have 2 pieces. What I want it to be is stacked, so it'll be taller. So I'm going to stack them on top of each other. So I'm going to want it long enough for 3 of these, right? So I'm going to go ahead and use my longest piece and just use a pencil and sketch out 3. I'm also going to want an extra piece to make one of them higher. So I'm going to go ahead and sketch out a 4th one. Now on this board, I'm also going to cut it here because I told you I want to stack it double to make it taller. So I'm going to cut here and I'm going to cut here with my saw, and I have 3 pieces of wood now. So just going to give them a quick sand. What I want to do is try to distress this wood to kind of make it look like the base of the seahorses, which looks like wood, but it's not wood. So it's going to be a little challenging to get it to like kind of go together. I want it to look like old driftwood. So I'm going to put it together first though. So I just use hot glue to attach my 2 pieces of wood together. I use Gorilla Glue hot glue. It works pretty good for wood. And just make sure I squeeze that in there. And since I sketched this out, I know exactly where to put the top block. And I glue that in place too. I want the seahorse in the middle to be the highest. Now I did like a 3-step process to kind of stain and age this. First, I took some antique wax by Waverly and some water, and we're going to do a really light stain, see what this does to the wood, just letting that soak in. And as you can see, even though the wood's the same, it kind of stains a little bit differently, but that's okay. So I do that on the front, the sides. We're going to do that all the areas that are visible up here on the riser, just in case you can see any of that when I attach the seahorses to it, and the back just to make it look nicer. And that looks pretty good, but as you can see, it doesn't really look like the wood on the seahorse. So I'm going to do a little wash of gray acrylic paint just by using a paper towel and like a baby wipe and just kind of wiping that over the stain to see if I can get it about the same color scheme. And that's starting to look a little bit better. So I'm going to do that all over just to give it a little bit of a gray stain. Sometimes I, instead of Antique Wax by Waverly, will use gray to stain wood to look like driftwood. It's going to give it that old weathered wood feel, which is what I'm going for. And then the final step is I'm going to distress it with just plain Antique Wax by Waverly. I put that on there and just wipe off the excess. And it gave it a little bit more of a warmer wood, but with gray undertones and all the other little steps we did, and it gave it really a cool look. So I'm going to do that on the top and the back. The ends don't really need too much work. They're kind of like raw wood there on the end, and they kind of just soak everything up. Now for the letters, I'm just going to freehand it. I'll show you how I do it. I just kind of know my sections right. So I just do a big U, an S, and I'm using my Posca paint pens. I have a whole set of these now, like almost every color, I think. I love them. They work so good. You can get them on Amazon. I have them available in my Amazon shop. They are the best paint pens I've ever used for real. And then I went in and just made my letters a little bit fatter and just put little lines on the end to kind of make them look a little bit cooler. I want them to look like big block letters for USA, one for each one of the seahorses. Once I painted them on there, I just went in and sanded them with my sanding block, just to kind of give them that coastal farmhouse distressed look. And then between the letters, I wanted starfish. The only starfish I had were these. These came from one of my viewers. I think she got these at Hobby Lobby. Fun little seahorse shapes, but you could always use the little tiny seahorses from the clothespins at the Dollar Tree. I think those are about the same size. To paint them, they don't need very much paint, and I don't want to fill up those great starfish holes, so I'm just using a paper towel and a little dot of paint, and that worked really well to give them a light coat of red and blue without filling up the little holes. And then I just went over and gave them a quick little sand, kind of give them that little bit of a coastal farmhouse vibe as well. And I'm going to do red, white, and blue, so I want to alternate where my red and blue are, so I'm going to do blue on the left and red on the right, and I just attached them both with a dot of hot glue, filling in the spaces between USA. So let's check out how our painted seahorses are doing. I let them dry, but I still had to dry them a little bit with my heat gun because, paint kind of pools up a little bit inside there. To distress them, I just took a makeup sponge and some white acrylic, and I'm just dragging it. Putting just a little bit of paint on there, dragging it over, and it gives it that great pattern that it had originally. If you get too much in any little area, just use a baby wipe or something, or the original paint color to go in and touch it up. But doesn't that make it look so much better? It brought out all that great detail on these seahorses. I absolutely love these seahorses. They were shore living, but I found them in the regular aisle at some of my stores, like in with the home decor, as well as with the shore living line. They're so pretty. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing here with the blue seahorse. I'm not going to have to do anything with the white seahorse. The white seahorse is distressed with like wood look, which is fine. And then both of these are distressed with white, which gives it that red, white, and blue look. Little touch up on my seahorse face there. I distressed a little heavily. And then I just went in and removed my painter's tape that I was using to protect the base. And we have our red, white, and blue seahorses. Now it's just a matter of putting it together. You could just stack it on there, but I want mine to be a finished piece and all stay together. So I attach my seahorses with hot glue. And the red, the blue. On this side, I want it to be red, white, and blue. And then for the one that we raised up with the second or the third block, I guess, we're going to put that right in the middle. That is the white one. That's what it's looking like so far. Right here, hot glue the last one in place. And I absolutely love how this turned out. It is so cute, and I can't wait to display this for the 4th of July. Isn't this so pretty? So I know some of you guys were looking for ways to DIY these seahorses, and most of us have been like, oh, we just leave them alone. Well, here is a DIY where you DIY the seahorse as well. They look fantastic painted, and they look really cute on this little rustic base we made, USA, with a little starfish on there as well. And these did come out when Shore Living came out. I'm not sure if they actually were shore living because they were in with a regular aisle, but probably since they came out at the same time. Now for the next DIY video, we did 4th of July, but this is going to be a more traditional DIY video. And your favorite DIY from this was a fireworks display. Okay, check out these little firecrackers from the Dollar Tree. I think this is so cute. I've never seen these before today when I was at Dollar Tree, and I had to grab them. So they are connected with like little plastic pieces. I, of course, want to remake these. They are covered in that tinsel stuff. It'd be great for a party, but it's not really something I want in my day-to-day 4th of July decor for sure. So I thought we would make it more high-end by replacing all of this tinsel. So it's just a matter of getting it off. It's lots of different colors, red, white, and blue. And it was actually pretty easy. It has like kind of an interesting cage where they hook together, the two taller ones, and then the smaller one in the front kind of hooks into both of them. I do like the little sparkler on the top for like a lit firework. So I'm going to leave that on there, but I really just wanted the plastic cages because I'm always trying to find ideas to make like fireworks. And it's hard to find round items like that from the Dollar Tree. So this is perfect. I want to try to wrap them with some of this like wicker material that the hats and the placemats from Dollar Tree are made out of. So I picked up a red and blue placemat and one of the new hats in the blue and white pattern. I think that's really cool. Now, it's a little tricky to get these started, especially this first row, but I don't think I'm going to need a lot of this. I'm going to do one blue, one red, and one blue and white. So I just kind of cut it where it starts, and this one ripped pretty easily once you start cutting the plastic thread. And I just went around one time until it kind of comes to the seam for the outside of it, which is the tricky part. But you know what? I think that's all I'm going to need so I can save the rest of that placemat for other DIYs. I'm going to start by attaching it to the bottom like this and wrapping it around. It's okay if that like little lip shows. I don't mind that. That's going to help it stand up better. But I just hot glue that in place, and I'm just going to slightly overlap that and wrap it with this beautiful blue material. I think it kind of looks like a seagrass look. I love using this for DIYs. And I just gonna wrap it all the way around on this one until I get to the very top. There's like little, notches sticking out. I'm gonna try to cover those up, cut it down and hot glue it. But I'm also going to have to cover the top of the firecracker. So I cut off another piece and I'm just gonna cut like a half of a circle. So I can piece it together around the wick like that. And then I can always trim it down to size. So I'm gonna hot glue those in place. It was kind of a double layer, so I really only had to cut one of those. And I had 2 layers that I could glue to the top. And then I'm just trimming down any of the excess that might stick out at the sides to make it look nice and round. And we have our first firework, like firecracker. I'm gonna go ahead and attach them all together, kind of like they came. But for now, that one looks really good, and we can get started on the next one. Now, the next one I'm going to do with the red placemat, and I wasn't as lucky with this one. I'm going to go ahead and leave that tab on there, which is kind of hard to work around. I'll show you how I did it. This one, I don't know if it's because I started with at a different place, but I had trouble unwinding it. I find that the hats are my favorite for unwinding with ease, but the blue one went really easy too. So maybe I just started it kind of in a bad space because it didn't really want to tear, as you can see there. But we're going to make it work. I could kind of get it to tear this way to a point, and then it didn't really want to go anymore. So, you can always cut it if you're having trouble separating it. It's kind of like a plastic, kind of like fishing line material that keeps these things together. I just went ahead and cut it just to finish it off because I knew I didn't need very much. I just need like the outer portion of it, which is a little tricky to get off of there anyway. So I just cut that down, and then we can wrap our red firecracker with it. I gave up and cut it. I don't know why I was having trouble with that one. And just like before, I'm going to start at the bottom, hot gluing this, and we'll just have to work around that tab because I want to leave it on there. I think it's important to it when I go to attach them together, right? So once I get here to this point, I just cut a little slit right where the plastic piece is, but not all the way through, so that I can wrap it around, no problem like that. And when I get to the second tab, I do the same thing. I just cut a little slit and keep wrapping it all the way to the top. I think this material looks so much better than the tinsel that was on there before. The colors are really patriotic, so I think it's perfect. So I got all of that covered. All I have to do is cut the little half circle here for the top and separate the 2 pieces and hot glue those on. Just make sure your hot glue is dry on those before you let go of them. I kind of use the plastic pieces as a guide of how to put these on there and gluing those together. Definitely not messing with the top of the firework because I like that. I think that looks really cute. So we have our red, we have our blue, and now the smallest firecracker we're going to do with the hat. They have these in blue and white and like hot pink and white, and they have the little purses in this like 2-tone now too, which is new with the Dollar Tree. I really like it. I picked up some of the pink and white ones, I thought for pink flamingos DIY, so stay tuned for that. But the blue and white one I thought would be perfect for 4th of July. So you saw how easy it was to unwind the hat. It just comes right apart and gives you lots of material to work with. I wasn't sure how much I was going to need since this was a smaller firework. And so I'm kind of leaving it attached to see how much I need. I want to save it. And these have small tabs on them. And I just kind of was able to actually get that to go through the material because it's kind of like a waffly shape. You can kind of move it around and slide things through it if you need to, which is exactly what we did with this one. So the tabs still stick out. I have 2 tabs or 2 sets of tabs that stick out on that. And then just cutting the little piece to cover the top of it. This one's not too layered like the placemat was. So I did have to cut 2 of those down to size and just hot glue those to the top. I thought the blue and white would look really cute for the front firecracker as I put them all together for a decor piece. Now I've kind of made a larger version of this with a Dollar Tree like candle. So you'll have to check that out in one of my previous DIY videos from, I think, last week. I just hot glue the two tabs together here for the back. And I had kind of covered up some of this, so I only had slots for one set of those tabs coming out of the smaller firework. So I thought I'll just cut the other two off. I don't think I really need them, and I don't want to worry about cutting holes in that red firework. So I just hot glue the one set of tab in as I glue them all together like that into a set of firecrackers. And then to make sure they stay together, and I think it looks cute too, I decided to wrap them in twine. And I want to wrap it around several times because this twine is kind of thin to kind of make it look like a bundle of fireworks. And I'm simply going to tie it off here in the front. It's going to help keep it together. It adds a little bit of decor to the piece. And just kind of arrange that to make it look nice and cut off the ends. And we have a set of DIY firecrackers that are so cute. I'm so glad that Dollar Tree has gotten these in. I've never seen them before with their 4th of July decor. So here they are, my red, white, and blue firecrackers wrapped in that great material. I think the blue and white one is my favorite. I like the two-tone. That's so cute. And that video did have lots of favorites. Sometimes I had to just pick because you guys had a lot of favorites in one video. For the next one, we're going to stick with the patriotic theme for the 4th of July. And your favorite DIY video from this video was my little American flag wheelbarrow DIY. This is the wind chime kit that I actually got the little wood circle from. I'm going to use that, 2 of the wood boxes from the Dollar Tree, one with a star cut out because I thought that would be really fun for the 4th of July. And I'm going to actually put those together, and I kind of wanted to cover up the handle holders here in this one. And I do have some of the wood dominoes from Dollar Tree from the toy section. I haven't found these forever, but I love crafting with these, but it's probably not necessary, but I am going to go ahead and close this up, at least from the inside, by hot gluing those over the handles. And the reason I am going to leave the stars open is because, of course, that's festive for the 4th of July, right? What I want to do is also try to seal this from the outside, and I have found that using masking tape actually works pretty well for this. I've built other items like this before. What we're building today is a patriotic wheelbarrow planter. So, I have another DIY video where I made a little red wagon for the 4th of July that I filled with fireworks. And so this is kind of a bigger project than that, but I love how it turned out. So just using a couple pieces of masking tape on both sides, trying to make sure they kind of start and stop at the corner. That's going to be an easier transition for the tape. And just trying to clean up any excess tape on that. I want a big, like, looking planter, so I'm going to stack 2 of these on top of each other to make it look bigger for my wheelbarrow. And the little ship wheel is actually going to be the wheel for the front of it. So I want to attach these together. Since this is going to be outdoors, I kind of wanted to weigh down the bottom, and since there's not going to be anything in that part, I thought Dollar Tree rocks would be perfect. So I just put some rocks in there to weigh it down so the wind doesn't blow it over, was my intention with that. I like to weigh down my outdoor DIYs if I can. And then I do a bead of hot glue all the way around on the top edge, and we are going to sit the star tray on top. I did make sure these were almost exactly the same size. I noticed there's a lot of size variations with these, but I got pretty close here. I do want to try to cover the seam here between the 2 wood boxes too, but I don't want to cover up that star. So I'm going to try to go below that and just try to cover up that seam a little bit more with the masking tape, and try to make it look like one big planter box. Now it's time to start painting everything. This DIY has lots of pieces and things going on, so I wanted to get a head start on painting everything. So I'm using like a fire red acrylic. I want this to be a bright red wheelbarrow, and we're actually going to be doing a flag design on the sides as well with Dollar Tree napkins again. So I'm just going to go ahead and paint the sides. I'm going to paint the bottom. I'm even going to paint the inside just because I want it to be a really finished product. And next year, if I want to use it for something else, like not a planner, I'll already have like a painted red inside. And so I won't have to worry about that if you could see it. But today we're going to be using it for a planter. So just painting the inside is going to be a little bit extra. I did notice that the masking tape didn't take the paint quite as well, so I did go over the masking tape with another coat of red. And then I'm just doing the top. At first, I wasn't going to do the inside, but I'm glad that I did. It just makes it look so much more finished. And also using a smaller brush, I'm going to just kind of paint the inside of the stars as well. I want to do a red, white, and blue wheelbarrow DIY for this. And so this is the wheelbarrow part where it's going to be the planter. So I'm going to make it red. I'm going to make the wheel navy. And then I'm going to make like the handles white for my red, white, and blue theme for this. And it just turned out so cute. It took me a while to put this DIY together, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. So these are little bamboo pieces that I actually get on Amazon. I love the fact that they're flat, but you could always use dowels or whatever you have for this. They're also nice and long, so they're longer than popsicle sticks. I do have these linked in my Amazon shop. I craft with these things all the time. I really love them. I am painting them white acrylic. The bamboo is kind of like a little bit, feels like it's kind of sealed, so it does take a couple of coats to get those good and white. And then this is the flag napkins that I picked up at the Dollar Tree that I want to use on the sides. So it's a little shorter than the side of the wood crate, but that's okay. And I really didn't mean to paint the sides of them that we're going to have the napkin on them because I think that red's really going to kind of show through the white stripes, the white stars on the flag. So I'm going to go ahead and do a couple coats of white on both sides just to give me kind of a clean canvas behind the decoupage. I don't know what I was thinking. I could have just left these parts like natural on the sides, but since the napkin doesn't go all the way, I did put down some painter's tape so I could at least have red corners on it. So this is going outside and it's a wheelbarrow. I really want it to be pretty from every direction. So I'm going to do the same thing here on the other side. We're going to have a flag over here as well to make it look super patriotic. And covering up that red, I did have to do a couple coats of white. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it is going to make the decoupage look better. So an important step. So we have all of those done. This is what we're going to use to make the wheel. You can also use this in the smaller, the little charms, the shore living line, if you can find it. This was a summer wind chime, and I'm going to just try to cut off the little knobs around the sides, and it's going to make a wood wheel that is going to be just the right size, I think, for this wheelbarrow. Since it is a wind chime, it has like some odd holes in it to hang it. So I do have to kind of fill those in with a little bit of spackle. So I'm going to have like a solid surface, but you can kind of see the tire pattern that's in the ship wheel, right? So I think that's going to be a really cool wheel. And for some reason they have writing on them. I don't know why. So I did have to go over that with a couple coats of white just to cover that up before we start painting this piece too. So the wheelbarrow itself is red and white. The handles, those long pieces of bamboo, are white. And then we're doing this one in navy. And you can always mix up your shades of blue. Sometimes I do. Going really traditional with these 4th of July DIYs. So I thought I would stick to that navy color. I think that looks really good. And just using a makeup sponge, we're going to paint both sides of it. Super easy to paint with this raw wood. It just soaks up that acrylic paint. Now that I have it painted, I'm going to start trimming it. So just regular heavy duty scissors. These are like my KitchenAid scissors that I use for crafting. They're super strong, cuts right through that thin Dollar Tree wood. And I can cut all those little handles off my ship wheel, and it's going to give me a round tire. Now I did do a little bit of sanding to try to make it a little bit rounder. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I think I got it pretty good. And that did expose a little bit of wood from cutting those off. So I'm just going to touch that up with a little bit more of the navy paint until the whole thing is blue. Now, I'm trying to paint all of my pieces first before we start assembling them. I will have more pieces that we'll have to kind of add as I try to figure out how exactly I want to build this. This is kind of a plan I came up with myself, so it was a little trial and error for the build, but I was able to get it to work. Now, this is the napkin with the flag design I love. And just using a piece of that tape, I'm using that to help me separate my two layers. And I'm just going to need 2 of those for 2 of the flag patterns. You could always use like scrapbook paper or try painting the flag on yourself too. But I already have these napkins, so I thought these would be perfect and an easy way to do the flag pattern. Just trying to make sure my sides are straight because you're going to be able to see those. The top and the bottom will be excess napkin, so that will get cut off. And we're just going to Mod Podge this on. I did not use my dishwasher safe Mod Podge on this one. I don't know why. I should have. I do end up sealing the whole project though, so maybe it doesn't matter. But I just did a thin coat here on the white side of my wheelbarrow and just lay that on there. I want like the blue and white stars to be up upper left-hand side. And just smoothing that on with my new toy brayer. And then I go over it once it was dry with another thin coat of Mod Podge. And I think that looks really cute. It really gave a lot of personality and character to the wheelbarrow. And just carefully using my sanding sponge there to remove the excess napkin from the top and the bottom. And that side looks pretty good. Now, originally in my plan, I wanted the wheel to be functional and to turn. I was able to do that with my little red wagon. With this one, I wasn't able to pull it off. I think it's because that little ship wheel was so thin. And in my plan, I wanted it to work, but I ended up having to make it stationary, which is going to make it way more stable to be outside. So I don't know. I don't really need it to work. I was just trying to be extra. But I put some Mod Podge here on the other side and lay my other napkin right on top. And we're going to do the same steps. Just bray it on there. Give it a quick dry. Sand off the excess napkin, but not until I just go ahead and do a coat on top. I don't always do a coat on top if I'm doing a napkin, but definitely outside, I definitely wanted to seal that napkin on there with that beautiful flag pattern. So as you can see, lots of steps involved in this one. And I was like, this was the part where I was trying to make my wheel functional. So I did have a dowel. I painted it white because I wanted the dowel to go through the center of the wheel and make it turn. But I'm going to kind of cut that part out because it didn't work. Now, this is the handle part. It's also going to go all the way through and hook to the tire part of the wheelbarrow. So I needed 2 of them. They are a little bit longer than I need, so I'm just going to use my miter scissors just to cut off a little bit of the length. And I think that looks pretty good. I want them to go like that, kind of in a triangular pattern. And to make some extra braces and to make some legs for the wheelbarrow, I'm going to be using some of the little Jenga blocks from the Dollar Tree, the little tiny ones. I'm going to paint 2 of them red, at least the visible parts. I'm going to leave one side just regular wood. And then these 2 are going to be the legs. I ended up needing 4 instead of 2. So if you are following step by step, be sure to paint 4 of these white. Because if you only do these small legs, it sits like level, and a wheelbarrow is supposed to be slanted. So I did have to make the legs longer by doubling up the Jenga blocks. But they required a couple coats of white. It seems like that acrylic paint really soaked in with them. And then the red pieces are actually for braces to hold the white handles and bars. It's going to form the structure of the wheelbarrow underneath. And this is kind of my plan. So let's go ahead and get started. It's really important to get this little white piece in the right place. I kind of lay it out how I want and do a bead of hot glue right where I want it. I'm going to be attaching the bamboo on its side just like this, which isn't super sturdy, which is why I have these little red braces that we made with the Jenga blocks. We're gluing that to the white bamboo piece and also to the wood box like that. And then we're going to do the same thing here on the other side. Now, it's really important to get this exactly right, so I'm going to go ahead and sketch it out with a pencil first so I know exactly where to put my hot glue on this one so I can keep everything kind of even. And I wanted a little space there at the end for my axle, for my tire, but I ended up having to actually just use Jenga blocks to kind of make the tire more stationary. But I did originally do it with the dowel, and it just wanted to tip over a little bit. So I want it to be sturdier. I did reinforce that with a little extra hot glue there onto those. And then these are going to be the little legs for the wagon. So I'm just going to kind of glue those inside that white structure like that, one on each side. And I use Gorilla Glue hot glue. It works pretty well on wood. I have it hold up pretty well. So hopefully this will too. So this is what we have so far with my wheelbarrow construction. You can kind of see some excess hot glue on the bottom, but that's okay. You're not going to be able to see that. I wanted to be as strong as I possibly could make it. Now, that's when I realized I needed my legs to be longer. So I need 2 more of the Jenga blocks to make my legs longer. And then the third Jenga block I'm going to be using instead of like the axle between my tire to make it stationary. So it is what it is. I tried to make the wheel turn. If it would have been like a chunkier wheel, it probably would have worked. So I'm just going to cut one of the Jenga blocks into like little squares. I just want little flat cubes of that. And I just use my miter scissors. They actually work pretty well on these little Jenga blocks from the Dollar Tree. And I got my miter scissors on Amazon too. I also have those linked in my Amazon shop. Once I cut down my little cubes, I'm then going to paint them white too. It's going to kind of blend in with the structure that is attached to the blue wheel. Kind of like that. So I'm just going to hot glue that onto the center of my tire. So I'll have a nice area to attach to both of the sides. Just like that. And as you can see, that's going to fit in there really nicely. It even kind of bows out a little bit, which is fine. It's just going to make it tighter. I'm going to hot glue one side at a time to try to make it a little bit stronger. So I glue it to that side. I let it sit for a bit, and then I go in and glue it to the other side. And hopefully that holds up. It definitely made it way more stable. It doesn't tip over like it was when I tried it with the axle. And then I needed to make these longer, so I'm just gluing the Jenga blocks end to end to make my legs longer. There is a little bit of a seam in them now, but that's okay because it made the wheelbarrow look way better because the back of it where the handles are should be taller. If you know what I mean, it needs to be kind of slanted down like that. Now, I did tell you I was going to put these outside. I'm going to put this on the table on my front porch. So I'm going to seal it with some Mod Podge gloss sealer. It's an acrylic sealer. And I'm just going to spray all over. Hopefully that's going to make it hold up a little bit better. And, you know, I use regular Mod Podge on it too. So the area I'm going to put it doesn't necessarily get wet unless it rains sideways, which it might. So we're going to fill it up with Dollar Tree flowers. I put 2 of the little foam blocks inside. And then I want to use some of the floral moss. I'm using the brown floral moss. That seems to be all I can find right now at Dollar Tree for some reason. And I definitely wanted to cover like the sides too where the star cutouts are so you can't see the green foam. And a little bit to cover the top as well. I picked up these flowers at the Dollar Tree. They are the Stars and Stripes flowers that they have every year for the 4th of July. And I'm just going to kind of alternate stars and stripes. And I think all 6 of them is going to fill this up nicely. Just pulling them off and using the little stem that's attached to push that down into the floral foam. So that's what it looks so far, but I wanted this project to scream 4th of July. So I'm going to use some of these little cupcake toppers. I love these. I think they look like exploding fireworks. These are also from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to do like 2 of those, one kind of like jetting out from the flowers on each side, like little exploding fireworks. I think they look really festive and cute. And then I wanted something kind of taller for the middle of the planter. And so I was trying to see what I had from the Dollar Tree. I have like some dowels that actually have like stars on them. They're like glitter stars. They have red, white, and blue. This is the white one. The only problem is mine had a stain on it. You know, sometimes the Dollar Tree products do. And so I did like the white glitter, but I ended up having to paint the whole thing with white acrylic because of the stain. But that's okay. I'll leave the glittery side on the other side. It did give it like an interesting texture painting it. But I've got a lot of red and blue going on already. And so I thought a white star would look really cute as like a pick sticking out in the middle of the flowers just to make it even more festive. Now it has like a rather big stick on it. I'm going to replace it with one of the skewers from the Dollar Tree just because it's skinnier and pointed. I thought that would be easier to stick down into the floral foam in the middle of that. And so I'm just going to remove this one and attach the new one. I did decide it was a little too long, so I trimmed it down a little bit more and just hot glued the skewer to the back of that foam star. And just put that right down here in the middle. So I've got fireworks, I've got flowers, I've got like a big white star in the middle. And I definitely think that this wheelbarrow screams 4th of July now. It was so fun to put together, a little trial and error with my design of the wheelbarrow, but I hope you guys love this one as much as you guys loved my little red wagon. That's one of your all's favorites, and so I wanted to give another little vehicle construction a try. This is how it turned out. I think it's so cute with that flag design on the side of it. Looks so festive for the 4th of July. That wraps up 4th of July. Up next, we're going to switch it up for Halloween DIYs. Now, on this video, I did kind of a traditional Halloween vibe, and your favorite DIY from this video was definitely those little burlap eyeball orbs. I'm going to take some styrofoam balls and some burlap, and we're going to make some creepy eyeball orbs for a bowl filler. So I thought burlap would look good for the texture. I wanted to kind of look like a skin around an eyeball. And I wanted something a little bit stretchy. Burlap has a little bit of stretch, not a lot, but I just kind of unroll it to see about how much burlap I would need to cover one of these foam balls. These come in like the 2-pack. I think they're like the almost like 2.5-inch foam balls from the Dollar Tree. You could also do it with the smaller ones too, but I kind of wanted big orbs for this one. And so I'm just gathering it to see if that's going to cover. I'm going to be able to kind of tie it off on the back here to keep it taut because, you know, hot gluing to the foam doesn't work super well. So I'm going to actually tie that off. That looked pretty good, so I'm going to use that piece of burlap as a template to cut out a second piece for my second creepy eyeball. Now, I was thinking about what else you could use for the foam balls if you couldn't find them, and also like the little wiffle balls that they have at the Dollar Tree with like the summer sports stuff is almost exactly the same size, so those would work really well too. And those would actually be easier to hot glue to. I just hot glue the sides here where it was a little bit shorter, and then gather my corners, these 2 corners together, trying to pull it as taut as I can against the ball until I get this. So I'm going to have it all gathered here on the back because you're not going to be able to see that side of the eyeball. And I take some twine and I'm simply going to tie that off as tight as I can. Back here where like it's really rounded and looks nice on the front of the eyeball. So that looks pretty good. So I'm just going to tie it off a couple more times to make sure it's going to stay in place. And at this point, I can also cut off the excess burlap. I don't need that at all. That's only going to get in the way. It was a little bit thick there. I had to cut like one piece at a time. but that is like the creepy skin part of my first eyeball. I got this idea from, I think Grandin Rhodes did some creepy eyeball orbs. I think I saw them last year on their website. And I've wanted to do some creepy eyes ever since. So I was really glad that I remembered to do this DIY. I think it turned out really cool. So again, I just kind of lay my styrofoam ball right there in the middle, hot gluing the shorter ends up. This burlap does fray a lot, but you're not going to be able to see any edges, so I'm not too worried about that. And again, I just pull my two corners together on this side, pulling it as taut as I can. The two corners on the other side. There's really not a lot of room to twist it. Just pull it as tight as you can. And then I just take another piece of that Dollar Tree twine and tie it off 2 or 3 times. Again, I'm going to cut off the excess fabric and we have 2 eyeballs ready to go. Now for the eyeball itself, I thought it would be easier to design a printable, so I designed this eyeball printable, and I will share this in the description of today's video so that you can recreate. It's kind of a black and white eyeball, and I just printed mine out on regular copy paper because I wanted it to be nice and thin, so I'd be able to take the shape of the round eyeball. I just go ahead and cut them out. I kind of shaded the edges so you would know exactly where to cut these. And I printed out 2 at a time. I think I have them saved as an individual file. I will go ahead and put 2 on a sheet of paper if I can. That way it'll be easier for you to print them out both at the same time, kind of like I did. Now for the Mod Podge, I'm using the gloss Mod Podge from Dollar Tree. I don't often use that one, but what I want is the eyeball to look really shiny and real. So I just Mod Podge that onto the burlap. It's not going to want to stick at first, but if you leave it on there and kind of let the Mod Podge set up, it will dry and glue to the burlap. As you can see, I'm coating the front and the back, trying to get it as wet as possible. And I'm just gluing the eyes to the front of the eyeball if the tied part is the back of the eyeball. Those will be able to sit down in my bowl, my creepy bowl I'm doing for Halloween, and you won't be able to see that back there. Once they dried, I went over them with another coat of the gloss Mod Podge to try to get that shiny eyeball look that I was going for. And I actually end up going over it a 3rd time because I really like that glossy look. If you wanted to, you could do some like bloodshot eyes or something like that, but I really wanted just the simplicity of like a gray eye, kind of creepy. Now for like the eyelid part, I'm using some twine. This is the thicker twine than Dollar Tree. This is the twine from Walmart, but you could always do it with the Dollar Tree one as well. I'm just going to use some hot glue. I'm using my Surebonder just because I needed a fine line of hot glue. I didn't want you to be able to see any excess hot glue here from the twine. And I glue it to the top eyelid and then go around the bottom with that same piece. Really easy, and it kind of forms that opening between the creepy burlap skin and the eyeball itself to look like an open eye, kind of like that. See how that glossy Mod Podge makes it shine? And I printed it with like an eye shine in it too, which really helps enhance that effect. So I do the same thing for my other eyelid, just some twine, hot glue it all the way around in that eye shape, and I think that looks really cool. So that's pretty much all I have to do with my eyeballs. There they are. I think they look cool. Now for the bowl, I'm just using one of the Dollar Tree straw bowls, just a round one, just a regular tan color. I think that's going to be fine. And I'm going to fill it up with some Dollar Tree reindeer moss. I think I might have a couple different kinds mixed in here together. I've been having trouble finding that at Dollar Tree lately. I might have to go to another store. And then I just place my little eyeball orbs right inside, kind of one in the front, one in the back, looking like straight up. And then I make sure that everything is filled with reindeer moss, kind of coming out creepy on the sides. Now I wanted a spider. This is a little black fuzzy spider that I got at Walmart, but you could always use a Dollar Tree one. I just thought this one was the perfect size for this bowl. And then I thought, you know, if I'm going to have a spider in there, I better add some spider webs as well. So this is that webbing from the Dollar Tree. I don't normally like working with this stuff. I find it kind of hard to work with, but we're going to make it work with this. So I just cut some of the rope off and just stretching it out. I'm not going to need near as much as I think. And I just kind of want it to be thin and fluffy where I can string that like around the bowl, like between the eyes, have it come out the other side, and then have the spider on that, because I found that the spider was kind of blending in with the mossy and really weren't going to be able to notice it too much. And then I just have to work the spider back in there. Just a little bit of arranging here. I don't want it to be too heavy on this. I do like the fact that it kind of sticks to the outside of the basket. If I string it, makes it look more like a spider web. And I think I like my spider maybe this way a little bit more. I think he fits in there a little bit better. But I think he's a nice creepy touch to go with these great burlap eyeballs. Aren't they creepy and cool? I'm so glad that I finally did this project. It was so much fun. And I originally thought about doing some paper mache with like brown paper bags for the eyes, but I'm glad I chose to do the burlap. I think it was way easier, and it looks really cool too. It's nice that it's a Halloween decoration that's spooky, but it's also kind of pretty. Now, the next set of DIYs, I did my coffee bar for Halloween, and I did an apothecary theme. So I designed all of these great printables, and I showed you all these different items that you could get from the Dollar Tree to make pre-made little apothecary jars, and I'm going to show you one of your favorites. Now, the next one, I was kind of surprised to find this at Dollar Tree, like asparagus spears, kind of in a jar like pickles, right? And so I thought these would make the perfect witch fingers because they're long and skinny and green like witch fingers, right? And so again, I just peeled the label off, soak that in water. While I'm doing that, I can go ahead and get my apothecary label ready. And this one's going to say witch fingers. It's got a creepy little skeleton witch hand on there. And I think that's going to work really well for this. Again, I'm leaving it in its existing jar so that we can always eat this food after Halloween is over. And I don't think I've ever done my coffee bar for Halloween. I think I always do it just for fall, so this is a really fun treat this year. It has a white lid, so I go ahead and paint that with black. As you can see, it also covers up like expiration dates and stuff like that, so kind of keep that in mind. That I really don't want any of that to be visible because I want it to look like a jar like that we put together, right? And I'm leaving it just clear glass because I want you to be able to see in there to see the witch fingers. And I just put some Mod Podge on the back of our label. And put that one on there. Super cute little witch fingers. And again, I did a whole bunch of apothecary jars this year, all using Dollar Tree foods. Some of them pre-packaged, some of them I used Dollar Tree containers. But I love how it all came together. I always love doing apothecary DIYs for Halloween. I think they're so cool. So this was one shelf of my coffee bar. And I'm also going to go ahead and show you the other shelf too, just because it's kind of fun seeing how it all came together. Now we're also going to stick with the Halloween DIYs, and your favorite Halloween DIY from this video was definitely the little witch's cauldron DIY. For the next DIY, I found the cutest little witch's cauldron for $1 at Target Dollar Spot the other day, and I wanted to see if we could do a Dollar Tree DIY here of like a witch's cauldron. So everything is from the Dollar Tree except for the cauldron itself. I actually got that at Target Dollar Spot. So we're going to use a combination of the Dollar Tree wood dowels. These are the large ones. And a Dollar Tree wood sign, and we're going to make the cutest Halloween DIY. I absolutely love how this turned out. So you're going to need 3 of the dowels. It's a pretty large cauldron, so I needed the large dowels for this project. I'm also going to need some Dollar Tree wood stems and stones. We're going to do a witch's cauldron over a fire, right? So I kind of wish I had a little bit bigger stones to go around the edge of my fire, but these are all I had from the Dollar Tree, so you know what? We're going to make it work. So I just went ahead and kind of laid out like a rudimentary fire ring there on my sign, and then I thought I would just attach the 3 dowels like this, and then we can hang the cauldron down over the fire. It's going to look so cool. But what I found is that the cauldron's too big for that. So I'm going to have them kind of go off the sides of the sign. So my fire is going to need to be way bigger. So that's okay. Just more Dollar Tree rocks, right? So again, I just try to lay them out, this time going closer to the edges of these wood signs. And I love these wood signs. How cool are these, right? But you can use anything that was kind of circular is going to work best. And I guess you don't really have to use a circle. You could always just do a circle with the rocks too. It could be a square. But I had the circle in kind of the perfect size. So just going around with my hot glue and gluing down each stone. Now I don't want it to be like tiny rocks all the way around the edges and then mostly wood. I want it to be kind of a combination of both. So once I get my first row done, and since I did kind of want bigger rocks in the first place, I just go ahead and do a second row of rocks to kind of fill in that area a little bit more. We're going to make it look like the campfire is glowing, and we're also going to make it look like the witch's cauldron is glowing with potion as well. It turned out so cute. I absolutely love this one. Now I also go over with a third row just to make the rock pile a little bit higher and add a little bit more character to it. So lots of rocks. I think that looks good. These are what we're going to use for embers. These are the little fairy lights from Dollar Tree. I put some batteries in there. They have like 10 of the LED lights on there. And I'm going to kind of hide it underneath my firewood. And I can't really attach my firewood to it because I do need to be able to get to the switch and to the batteries, but I'll show you how I go ahead and put it together. Now these Dollar Tree wood stems come in all different shapes and sizes. If you can't find these, you could always take some sticks from your yard, just cut them down into little pieces like this, and that would work as well. I wanted kind of some of the larger ones here to start with because what we need to do is cover that battery pack, and I want you to be able to see that. I just want you to be able to see the lights that look like little embers of fire in the campfire. So as I add twigs, I'm going in and kind of wrapping the fairy garden lights around it a little bit so they don't stick up too much and they just kind of look like embers down in the fire. And then again, I'm going to have it like this with the cauldron over the fire, which I think is a really fun for like a witchy feel. I also thought it would be fun to add some paint colors. So just using some orange and yellow acrylic paints, I just kind of dot little like embers all over. You could also paint your LED lights maybe more of an orange color because they are a little bit white. I wasn't sure if that was totally safe though, so I just went ahead and painted the logs a little bit to give a little bit of color for the fire. So there's our campfire. I think it turned out pretty cute. Now we can start working on our witch's cauldron. I picked up one of these battery-operated lights at Dollar Tree. I love these. I just popped 3 AA batteries in there, and I have a little light switch on the side that I can put in the bottom of my cauldron. For all of like the foam and steam coming out of the cauldron, I'm just using pillow fluff from an old pillow. That way I can still get in there to be able to turn the switch on and off if I need to, or change the batteries. And it kind of looks like it's overflowing the sides of the cauldron. Way easier than making bubbles, I think. Now for the wood dowels, I'm going to stain them with a little antique wax by Waverly here. I just go ahead and do all 3 of them at the same time. And a baby wipe to kind of spread that out, giving me an even stem. Stain, I want to get it all over even the end of them. And this is going to be so fun. The plastic pot is not very heavy, so it doesn't have to constructionally be really solid, but I'm going to do my best here. I just cut some twine, and then I go ahead and stand these up, kind of crisscrossing a little bit at the top. I want one to be on each like third of the campfire like this, holding it up, right? So I try to make it make sense, kind of like that. And then I take some twine here at the top, and it's kind of hard to show you because this is so tall. It was kind of messing with the focus on my camera there. But I just tie it, and then I tie it again as tight as I can to try to keep it together. And it's just going to look like the top of it's kind of put together by rope, which is cool. So I just kind of go back and forth and tie that off. And that is basically the construction of the top part of the cauldron. I don't know what that's called. And I decided for a little bit of stability, I would hot glue it to the outer sides of the wood ring just to kind of make it all one piece and to kind of stay together. So I do that with a little hot glue on all 3 of our dowels. It's already looking cute, right? I add a little bit of hot glue here to the top for a little bit more stability to make sure that stays together. And then to cover any of the hot glue that I just added, I'm going to add a little bit of Spanish moss to any of those places. It kind of goes with the theme, and it's a great cover for the hot glue. And then what I want to do is I want to hang the cauldron in there. So it looks like it's hanging from the top of this little part and hanging over the fire. I don't have a lot of room to play with in there, but I think we can make this work. So all the Spanish moss is added, maybe another piece here to the top, and then it's a little bit tight to get this in there since I went ahead and attached the sides, but I was able to make it work. So I can kind of see where I want it to be. I don't really have chain or anything this small, so again, I'm just going to use some Dollar Tree twine, and I cut 3 pieces of it down long enough to hang the cauldron from the top. I'm going to go ahead and take that out. It doesn't really have any handles or anything on this little plastic cauldron. And I did get this at the dollar spot at Target this year. I was so excited to find this because it's a perfect size little cauldron to craft with. If you wanted to do a miniature version of this with the Dollar Tree cauldron, it could be really cute as well. Just kind of make everything smaller. I just go ahead and hot glue the 3 pieces of twine to the 3 different sides, kind of spreading those out into thirds. And then I kind of gather it all together. I'm going to tie it about halfway up right there. And then I really only need 2 pieces of twine to be able to tie it to the top. So I just go ahead and cut one of them off just to kind of get rid of it. And it's just going to be an easy way to chain this up. So it's going to kind of hang down like that and go ahead and add it back in here. And I just kind of take the 2 pieces so I can tie it. So I just tie it over the top here and let it dangle down just like that. That looks pretty good. There's not a lot of room between the cauldron and the fire, but I love how this turned out. So let me give you a little look. Very witchy, very spooky for Halloween. The pillow fluff was such an easy idea for the cauldron, and I love the fact that it glows. And how cute is the little campfire with all the little embers, the little fairy lights in there that light up. I also want to show you what it looks like at night. Very creepy for Halloween. I always love a good witchy DIY for Halloween. It's nice and spooky. My son FaceTimed me on some of these DIYs today, and he gave me lots of advice. Halloween is definitely his favorite holiday. Now for the next Halloween DIY video, we did spooky yet stylish, and your favorite DIY from this one was probably the little fancy witch boots, but you guys really liked that spider wreath as well. Now for the next DIY, I found these great tinsel witches boots at the Dollar Tree, and I thought, oh my goodness, I need to make these beautiful. Now, I don't think they're beautiful right now. I don't like the tinsel, so all we're going to do is remove it. So I bought 2 because I thought it would be better to do a pair of witches boots, right? So it's just a matter of removing all of this pesky tinsel on there. It's usually pretty easy. It's a little bit easier if you cut it to at least get it started, but you're going to get this great cage underneath, which for $1.25 I think is a great value if you want to try to DIY your own little witch's boots. And you know what? After I DIY these, I think they kind of look a little bit like elf boots too. So I might pick up some more of these before the end of Halloween and maybe make them for a Christmas DIY as well. I think that would be fun because these turned out so cute. So I wanted to wrap them with something, but I didn't have any black rope. So I found this at the Dollar Tree hardware section, the diamond braid rope that comes in black and white. And it's kind of cool. I think this is going to make a cool pattern for witch's boots. And the black and white goes great for Halloween. So I start here at the very heel, and I'm hot gluing that rope to the very bottom of it because I know I'm going to have to wrap the other part. I do want it to be level. I'm going to use these as little witch boot planters, and it just turns out so cute. So once I get started, I glued all the way around, and I did glue like my first row here, but kind of once you start wrapping, as long as you keep it tight, it's going to stay on there pretty well. As you can see, there's a little plastic tab sticking out, which actually helps keep the rope in place. But you want to make sure that you get your rope as close together so you don't see any gaps. When I got to this part, I just wrapped it all the way around the boot like that, and I can always do the toe part of the boot separately. It's just how it's made. You kind of have to do that part separately. If I get to an area that has like a lot of plastic or something on there that I can glue it to, I do, just for a little bit of added stability. But otherwise, I'm simply wrapping. As you can see, there's a ton of rope on this. I'm going to use one package for each boot. So if you're going to pick that up, you're going to do a pair of boots. Make sure to pick up 2 of these. They also have them in different colors as well, but I thought black and white would be perfect for Halloween because it's going to kind of give me that like houndstooth almost pattern by wrapping this in that rope. And I really like it. I think it turned out so cool. I guess you could always use some black twine or something like that if you had some, but I've never found anything like that from the Dollar Tree. So I go all the way here to the top. Now, I don't want you to be able to see the plastic edges of my cage either. So once I get to the top, I just start hot gluing it to the plastic and kind of to itself and do like another row in there just so you can't see the plastic. To kind of give me a more finished top. And then just cut it and glue it once I get it all covered. Now I just have to do the toe part of the witch's boot. So I'm going to kind of start here where the heel is, start with a little hot glue, and then I can start wrapping it around this section. Now, since it's kind of an odd shape, it is a little tricky. I just made sure to get it kind of pushed in there to the heel. And if you skip a row or 2 at the very bottom, you're not going to be able to see that when you're standing it up. And the way that the toes are pointed a little bit, it does kind of get a little bit spaced out there, but that's fine. Once I get to this part where it's really pointed, there is plastic there. So you have something to glue to. And I just keep wrapping it, but this time I'm gluing it to the plastic. And I want to keep doing that, kind of attaching it to itself here at the end. So you cover up all the plastic cage and you won't be able to see it. That looks good. I'm going to go ahead and cut that down. We have our first witch's boot. Isn't this so cute? I absolutely adore how these turned out. Even my husband loved these, which kind of surprised me. Now, I used a lot of the rope, most of the rope to make that. So I'm going to open another package because I don't really want to start and stop if I don't have to on this. So same thing. We're going to start here right at the heel cap. And I'm gluing that to the bottom again. That way they're going to be nice and level. They are a little lightweight for vases, and I am going to weigh them down a little bit just to make them a little bit heavier because just with the rope and the plastic themselves, they are not super heavy. Now, if you find that your plastic cage is coming apart, you can always hot glue it together. I noticed that the point of mine was, so I just added a little bit of glue. And again, I'm just simply wrapping my heel. Then I start wrapping the entire boot. I'm kind of a pro at this point, and I'm going to speed this way up because it's kind of exactly the same thing I did on the first one. But again, I wanted to make a second one to do a pair. I guess you could do one. One would be cute too if you can only find one of these little tinsel witch's boots at the Dollar Tree. But if you can find 2, a pair I think is always better. Because it's just like, a pair of shoes. And they're just such a cute little size. They're in with the same tinsel items like the witch's hat and stuff like that, which I love to decorate with those too. So again, I get here to the very top. Once I get there, I can just start hot gluing it to the plastic, and then I do like another row on top to completely mask that part. And then we'll just have to go in and wrap the toe of the boot as well. If you do them one right after another like this, you'll remember exactly how you made the first one, so it's a little bit easier. So again, I hot glued it under the heel and just wrap this around until we get to the very, very end. And again, if you don't get it, like you're kind of going at an angle right here, if you have to kind of skip a little section, I did there at the very bottom. I kind of skipped a row. You're not going to be able to tell because that's going to be the bottom of your boot, right? And I want to fill this with just some very simple flowers from the Dollar Tree that's going to kind of go with the black and white Halloween theme. I'm going to glue down my last piece. Now, let me show you how cute these are. I love them. Aren't they adorable? I really like using that rope. I've never crafted with that before from the Dollar Tree. For the little buttons for the side of the boots, I thought I would use some of the Dollar Tree black berries. You could also use like black wood beads if you wanted. I liked these because they didn't have a hole in them. When you pull them off, they do kind of tear a little bit, but that's okay as long as you glue that side down. I thought the buttons would look really cute on the side, so that's where I'm going to glue mine. I'm going to do 3 of the blackberries from the Halloween section at the Dollar Tree down the side of the boot. I'm not going to do any laces or anything like that, but this just small detail added just made them so much cuter. Now, do kind of be careful. The berries are a little bit different sizes. They're kind of hard to see, but they kind of are. And again, I'm just going to hot glue these to the other side so like the buttons are on each side of the witch's boots. Just in a simple row like that. And then we can stand them up. Now for the very top, I'm actually going to use some of this faux fur. I was going to use the Dollar Tree black felt, and you totally could for that, for the little cuff here at the top. But then I remembered that I picked up this fur the other day at Walmart. I don't normally shop at Walmart, but I was there for something or other, and I saw this. I think it was only a couple of dollars. They had black and white, and I thought it would be really fun to craft with, so I did pick up some of this, and I thought this would make the perfect cuff for the top of my witch's boot. So I just cut out a strip that would go all the way around, and then I cut it in half because I don't need it to be very big because these boots are not very big. And I'm just going to line the top of it so it kind of has like a fancy little cuff at the top of our witch boot because our little witch is going to be fancy, okay? So I attach a little hot glue on the inside of the rope here and gluing that in where I kind of have enough material to kind of fold it over the top, but not super a lot because I already have the buttons on there. I don't want to interfere with that. And I just kind of hot glue that in place. Super easy. It does kind of give them a little bit of a snow boot feel, but it also gives it luxury with the black fur. That's what I was kind of going for with this, that our witch is super bougie. So again, I just hot glue it on the inside and kind of cuff it over the very top of it to be the very top of our little witch's boot. Just another fun detail that I think made these witch's boots really beautiful. Aren't they looking so cute? For the greenery, I'm just going to use some simple baby's breath from the Dollar Tree again. I like that. It's kind of got a green leaf on it, but I like the little white flowers. I think they're perfect for Halloween. So I have 2 bundles of those, and I'm just going to kind of just try to leave them all attached. They are a little bit taller than what I need for these little boots, but I can always shorten the stem of them. I just use my wire cutters and kind of right where they come together. I'm going to cut the wire right in there and still have to kind of bend it back and forth a little bit. But some baby's breath on this side. I don't know why I like the baby's breath for Halloween. I think it's just really beautiful. It's not super overpowering like some of the Dollar Tree florals. And they don't have a lot like Halloween florals. They just have like the black roses with like the eyeballs, which you could totally do that too if you wanted to. But I really wanted this just delicate baby's breath. I think it looks good in these elegant witch boots, right? So again, I shortened the other baby's breath and put that in our second boot. And that's when I noticed that they did kind of want to tip over a little bit. So I think I'm going to have to weigh them down a little bit to make them a little bit more bottom heavy because they're just made out of plastic and rope. They're not super heavy. So I'm just going to do that with some Dollar Tree stones just by dumping some here in the bottom until they stand up a little bit better. And I'm glad I did that because I don't want them tipping over on me all the time. That would drive me crazy. And then I'm going to add the baby's breath in there. Try not to add too many stones in there so that you can still get your florals in there. But I think that looks pretty good. And I'm going to display them together side by side like this for a beautiful pair of witch boots. I'm so glad I found those. I wanted to do like a witch boot DIY and I had no idea how I was going to be able to do that because I don't think I've ever seen these before at the Dollar Tree. I was so excited to find them at my store last night. Aren't they so cute? I think that fur element from Walmart really added a nice touch, and I'm so glad I added the little black berries for the little buttons on the side. I guess you could also do buttons too, but very fun for Halloween. Now for the next set of Halloween DIYs, I did a little bit more of a coastal theme for these DIYs. You definitely had two favorites, the lighthouse and the haunted dock. Today I'm going to show you the haunted lighthouse DIY. For the first one, you're going to need a Dollar Tree vase and a Dollar Tree candle holder. This one's tinted, but it doesn't really matter because I'm going to tint it anyway. And what I want to do is make a haunted lighthouse. So just FYI, the vase that I used was 7 inches to kind of give you an idea of size. I also picked up a battery operated light from Dollar Tree to light up our lighthouse. So the first thing I want to do is cover the vase. I'm going to have it be upside down to be a lighthouse. And I picked up one of these placemats from Dollar Tree. It's black and it's got a pattern with holes in it. So I thought it would be fun because the light would kind of peek through the holes when I light up the lighthouse. And the great thing about this DIY, it's not solar. It's got an on and off switch. So you can use it indoors or outdoors. Now it does have a border on this placemat. So the first thing that I do is just go in and trim that off just so it doesn't, really get in my way when I go to measure for my lighthouse. I want to do a black and white striped lighthouse. At first I was going to do the black placemat and then I was going to add white leather, but I really want the light to shine through kind of uniformly. So I'm actually just going to cover it with this placemat and I'm just going to paint the stripes on it. So I measured exactly how tall my vase was, about 7 inches there, and I just cut out like a sleeve for it. So just kind of need to see how much. I don't want too much overlap. And this turned out so creepy and cool. I love the idea of a haunted lighthouse. So much fun. So that looks pretty good. It can fit on there just like that. But I thought it would be easier to paint the stripes on now before I put it on the base. So that's what I'm going to do. And that way I can just tape it down with some painter's tape. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not really measuring. I'm just kind of eyeballing what I think looks good. And I'm just going to have it be a black and white striped lighthouse because I think that will look really good for Halloween and go with all of my decor. Not really any orange in today's DIYs. I do use a lot of black, a lot of really creepy stuff. I even bring in some green, which I think is really fun for Halloween. So I'm just using some white acrylic paint and a stencil dauber from Dollar Tree. I love stenciling with these, but I also love painting things like this with them. I find that it really helps with bleeding and stuff like that. And so I'm just kind of sponging that on for my 4 white stripes. Now I am covering, the black with white. So it's definitely going to take more than one coat. I did 2 coats on here. So I went ahead and dried it with my dryer and went back in and did another coat of the white stripe. And the great thing about this being fabric too is that it's going to be really easy to cut. I'm going to go ahead and cut some windows in it, so those will light up as well. Because the top of or the bottom of the vase is clear glass and the candle holder is glass, even though I light up the top of it, it should light up the entire lighthouse. So I'm going to go ahead and just remove my painter's tape. I got a little bit of bleeding, but I kind of liked it because I don't want it to look perfect. I want it to look creepy for Halloween, right? So about halfway across, I'm going to cut a window. I found that the best way to do it was to kind of fold it so you can kind of get started here. And I don't really want them to be all the same, but I do want them to be all like in a row. Since it's a quirky project like Halloween, haunted, you could like have the windows not straight in a row. I think that would look good too. And I'm just kind of concentrating on the white lines is where I'm going to put my windows. And I'm just going to do a total of 3. I cut that one a little bit bigger. I didn't really mean to, but I kind of like the fact that they're all a little bit different. Gives a little bit of personality to the lighthouse. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to make this one a little bit bigger. Now time to try it on the vase. Again, I'm going to have the vase be upside down. I was trying to figure out if I wanted the white stripe on top or if I wanted the white stripe on bottom, and I decided I wanted it that way. So now it's just a matter of gluing it on. I'm just going to use some hot glue to attach it. And since the vase is straight up and down, there's no weird cone shape or anything like that. They're going to have to worry about keeping your line straight or keeping things taut. I just do a bead of hot glue here, lay my vase on top, and I can simply roll this thing on. I had so much fun making today's DIYs. I had to send some pictures to my son at college. He got a big kick out of them. He thought they were really cool. He's usually my idea guy. I really miss having him around. Now, to tint the windows, I'm going to mix some green paint with some Mod Podge. This is a leaf green. I'll have to go ahead and go grab my green paints because I use a lot of different colors of green on today's DIYs with this project, and I kind of want to let you know which ones they are, just so you know the exact colors. But basically, I just painted it inside the glass so that the light shining through will look green. And I just checked, it's Delta Leaf Green for that color. Now this is a Dollar Tree battery operated light. It's got that plastic on there, but all you gotta do is pop 3 AA batteries in there and you have a little light that has a switch that you can use for whatever. I love these. I'm gonna sit it on top of the Dollar Tree candle holder. It will light up the top of my lighthouse, and I think it'll look really good too. So I'm just gonna make sure that my placemat is not overlapping anywhere, and then we can start putting this together. So that part of the lighthouse looks really good, so we can start working on the top part. And now at first I thought, oh, it's already tinted green, but then I really went hard on that green color on the windows, so I'm definitely going to tint this again. Just a matter of, I got to clean up that sticker on the bottom of it because you don't want that interfering with the light that's going to go through your lighthouse, and you might be able to see it. And just making sure it is clean and dry because I did have to use some Goo Gone on that. And it looks like it's gonna work. I tested it out, but again, not really the right shade of green. And I want it to look almost monstrous, like something ghoulish has happened inside the lighthouse and there's green slime on the windows almost. So I mixed some more of the leaf green acrylic paint with Mod Podge. So I'm just kind of making my own kind of tint. And I sponge it on with one of these stencil daubers. I kind of want the spongy look on it. I think that makes it look even cooler. And I make sure I get the lip of it as well. Now, these candle holders are pretty common at my Dollar Trees, and it was the perfect size for the top of this project. And I always prefer making a round lighthouse. You could make a square one. I have, but round ones are usually my favorite. I went ahead and did the bottom lip too, just so you would get full coverage on the candle holder or the top of our lighthouse. So I'm going to try that on. It lights up pretty cool. There's kind of a gap though, since the candle holder goes in at the top, that I thought I could just cover with a strip of that same placemat that we used to cover the lighthouse. I have enough left to do a strip, and it will kind of make the width the same from the plastic top that's white, and kind of make it blend into the light a little bit better so it doesn't kind of go in, because that doesn't really make sense for the design of this lighthouse. So I just cut out a strip. I just need to see about how much I need here. And I didn't cut it super straight, so I'm just going to kind of fold it, even it up a little bit, and then we can go ahead and attach that on the top. And I'm glad I did. It kind of tied the top into the rest of the lighthouse, made it a little bit more cohesive. But I like the black, white, and green. I think it looks really cool. The green kind of reminds me a little bit of Ghostbusters, that kind of vibe. And so I just use a little bit of hot glue. I'm starting and stopping where the little button is to turn the light on and off, which I will put on the back so you won't be able to see it, and it'll be easy to kind of reach back there, turn it on and off. I just made sure that I didn't interfere with that, so it's still going to be easy to switch on and off. and I am digging it so far. I think it looks really good, so I'm going to go ahead and attach it. I just do some hot glue, and actually the hot glue seemed to work really well with the glass to glass. Maybe because it just fit on there so well, there's not a lot of gravity or anything like that. Now it's time to make the base for a haunted lighthouse. I wanted an area that kind of an oval shape where I could put some creatures, and I want the haunted lighthouse to look like it's being attacked by a sea monster. So that's part of my plan. So this is just an oval sign from the Dollar Tree. It's one of the hanging ones, but it doesn't really matter. I just paint mine black to kind of go with my Halloween theme, making sure not to forget my edges. And I'm going to cover this with rocks for the bottom of our lighthouse. So it doesn't matter that there's a couple holes in there. I don't have to patch them or anything like that. I decided to sit mine over towards the left, and I actually just attached it with hot glue. I was thinking I was going to need a stronger glue for this, but it seemed to hold up pretty well. I use Gorilla Glue hot glue, and it seems to be permanent on a lot of things. It works pretty good. Now, I changed my mind on the stones. I decided to go creepy Halloween, so I decided to use the black stones from Dollar Tree instead of like the brownish and gray ones. And I'm just going to cover this entire base with this. I thought the black rocks would look good because that would be something that you would see around a lighthouse, and it would be easier than trying to create like a faux water down here. And the faux water, I thought the blue would kind of take away from my black, white, and green color scheme, and so the black rocks just fit in perfectly. So I'm just kind of scattering them all over, putting down enough hot glue for like 4 of them at a time to make it a little bit easier. And I want to basically cover up all of the space, but it was important to paint it black first just because the rocks are round, you know, you're going to be able to see like little gaps and stuff like that in there. Just a few more around the side here, and then I decided that I wanted some of them to be a little bit taller, so I did do a few like a second layer just to look for a little bit of variety. That looks good. I also thought the Dollar Tree creepy cloth would look really good because it kind of reminds me of a fishnet. And so I got one of the gray ones here, and I wanted to like be over the top of it, which is going to kind of disguise that plastic top a little bit, and then kind of be like longer on one side, the side that the lighthouse is not on. So I just cut off my excess material, and I'm going to kind of swag it down like this. And that's what it looks like so far. Now it's time for a sea monster. I've done a sea monster attacking a haunted beach house on my channel before, so I thought I would try a tentacle again. I picked up this Model Magic at Dollar Tree. It's just the white. I couldn't find a color that I really wanted, and I know that you can paint this and it air dries hard, and so it's so easy to work with. It's like even easier than Play-Doh if you've never worked with this before. I just ball it up and then just kind of roll it in my hands like you would with Play-Doh. And basically I want it to be like the shape of a carrot because I'm going to be doing a tentacle for like a sea monster or a kraken that's going to be attacking the haunted lighthouse. So I thought that'd be fun. So you're going to want a skinny tip and like a wider base. I'm sticking that directly to the fabric to the lighthouse, and doing another rock down here to kind of disguise where it's coming out of the dark rocks. So this is what it looks like so far. I'm just trying to smooth it out a little bit. Now that I have it attached, I don't have to glue it on or anything. It should stay on there just fine. It'll actually harden with the fabric. Now, I wanted to have like little tube feet since it's like tentacles. To get that, I'm just using an ink pen that's not open, and I'm just making little circle shapes. And I'm making it look like it's twisting. So like I just keep twisting which area has the little tube feet. And then I want to paint it. You don't really have to wait for it to dry or anything. You can go ahead and paint it. I'm going to paint it this color. I chose a different color because I wanted this to be almost a neon green. This one is Delta Parsley. As you can tell, it's really close to the green that we stained the windows and the top of the lighthouse with, but it's a little bit brighter. And I'm going to use some different colors of green here too, with other little beachy items that are going to be like attacking our lighthouse. The only tricky part of this was not getting it on the lighthouse placemat. So I just took my time. I used a small brush, And it's okay if I don't get all the way over. As long as I get most of the tentacle covered, I think it's going to look really cool. Now, the one I've made before with the Haunted Beach House, I made my sea monster orange. And I thought about that, but I thought it would be a little bit too colorful to do that. And so I decided to switch it up and make a green sea monster this time. It was so fun. I thought about doing more than one tentacle, but with the width of the lighthouse, I think one tentacle is going to be fine for that creepy sea monster look that I was going for. So just making sure it has pretty good coverage, and I'm going to let that air dry. Now for the sea creatures, I'm using some of the Dollar Tree grow creatures that you get in the toy aisle. They have a sea turtle and a crab in this package. So I thought I could use those decorating the rocks like they're climbing up on the rocks out of the ocean. And I wasn't sure what to do with the sea turtle because it was already black. I did feel that it blended in it a little bit, so I did end up painting that one too, but definitely I'm painting the crab. For this one, I'm using Delta Christmas Green is the shade, and the Delta brands are from Target. I'm not sure what the exact colors would be in Apple Barrel, but these were all the greens that I had. So these grow creatures paint just fine. I've never had any problems with them actually like growing or anything like that from the water that's in the paint. So I'm going to go ahead and paint the top and the bottom so you don't see any of that red coming through. And I'm going to have him kind of like crawling up that netting. I thought that'd be fun. I can kind of hook his claws into that. And the sea turtle, I kind of went back and forth, leaving it black or painting it. I do end up painting it. But let me go ahead and put my lighthouse back together. Here's my light on top. Again, this is what it looks like with our sea monster attacking. It's super cute. And then I don't want to hide that, so I kind of leave that area exposed and then draping the netting all over. The sea turtle can be on the rocks, and then the little crab can be like climbing up the netting from the ocean. I think that would look really cool. So I just hot glued down my sea turtle, and then I decided to add some color to it. This is that leaf green that we used for the windows, and I'm just going to paint it a couple of coats with that just to bring out a color of green. And then I decided to distress the crab with that too. Not paint it, but distress it so it's like more than one color of green, just so it looks a little bit better. And I'm glad that I did that. It gave it a lot more character. So there's our little sea turtle and our crab to go along with our sea monster. Just sitting that in there, and this project is complete. We have a haunted lighthouse. Everything came from the Dollar Tree, I'm thinking. Yes, everything came from the Dollar Tree. And that Model Magic, if you can't find it at the Dollar Tree, I know that Dollar General has it for only $1. So it's even cheaper there. But how creepy and cute is this for Halloween? This is what it looks like lit up. As you can see, it like looks almost like green splatter where I dyed the glass for the top of the lighthouse and for the windows. And it really gives you like a creepy, cool vibe. I love it. And I love that there's no candle or anything. I can just turn it on off. There's batteries that are easy to get to and to change. But what do you guys think about this one? For the next Halloween DIY video, I did a lot of large life-size DIYs on this one. One of your favorite DIYs from this video was actually one of my skull wall hanging DIYs. Okay, for the next DIY, I'm going to make a large wall hanging with a Dollar Tree skull and crossbones placemat and 3 of the Dollar Tree wood wall shelves. Again, I'm doing large pieces, large Halloween DIYs for a party or for home decor. And so I want everything to be large. The placemat is very large, so I'm going to need 3 of the wood shelves to make the background for it. I want to do a slatted wood board sign with this if I can, so it's going to be a little bit challenging to do that, but I love how it turned out. As you can see, the wood grain varies greatly on these, but that's okay. I kind of like the variety. I take some ivory acrylic paint and mix it together with some antique wax by Waverly. I want almost like a light driftwood feel for the background on this one, something very subtle. So just going to go over all 3 of my signs. As you can see, they're all like not attached yet because I'm going to do like a slatted sign where they're all going to be like hanging from each other and displaying that skull and crossbones. And we're going to even make this one into a pirate. I thought that would be fun. And it would go for Halloween, also go with my coastal Halloween a little bit too, right? That looks pretty good. I'm going to add a little bit more Antique Wax by Waverly to make it a little bit darker and just distress it ever so slightly to give that wood grain effect to it. I think those look pretty good, and I think that's going to be a great background. If you wanted a more warm color, you could totally stain it. You could paint the background of yours. I picked up this silver metallic skull and crossbones, but I actually want it to be black. But that's easy enough. All I got to do is flip it over, and the back of the placemat is black, as you can see. And I think it is going to fit perfectly on the 3 wood shelves together like this. Now I'm going to do one slat at a time. So I take some hot glue and I glue the skull down just around the border, just with some hot glue on the first slatted sign. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm going to need to cut it so that I have 3 pieces of the skull and crossbones to go on all 3 signs. So I'm just trying to carefully cut this. The plastic placemat cuts easily, and I did cut it a little bit long. I was trying not to cut out any of the design, but nothing crazy. I was able to trim that up. But you just have to kind of be careful how you line these up a little bit when you're cutting them. It can be a little bit tricky, right? I'm going to go ahead and hot glue this one down. This has got like lots of different places, so kind of doing like one section here at a time. Part of the bone is going to fit on this one. And then I'm just doing it on the outer sections with the hot glue so that you can't see any of that because of that open pattern. You're going to be able to see the board through. I don't want you to be able to see any hot glue. And then again, I cut off the 3rd portion of the skull and crossbones like that. So that's going to be the middle section with the eyes and part of the nose. And then this one's going to be like the mouth and the bones here for the bottom section. I love putting these wood shelf signs together, either the skinnier ones or the wider ones like this, to do signs that hang. I just think it's so fun. And again, I'm just going around the border and gluing that down. You'll also have to kind of glue it a little bit here and there on the top and bottom to make sure it stays put. I noticed that I cut this one a little shorter than I would like, and you can see some of the wood going through. I'm going to try to disguise that with a little black Sharpie. Just the middle section, I could have cut a little bit better, and I don't want it to be super obvious, so the Sharpie is a great way to hide that. It was a little bit hard to see it, though. It kind of went in with the paint a little bit, so I did touch it up a tiny bit with a black paint pen, too. And now I don't think you can really tell that any of the design is missing. Now it's a matter of putting it together. These are the strings, the white like macrame cord that comes with these shelves. And I'm going to use it to attach. I was trying to determine how to put it together, if I wanted like the knots to be on the front or the back. I decided to do the knots on the front because I think it looks a little bit better that way. They are kind of hard to thread through there. So I do like to put a little hot glue on the end to make sure that it's strong enough to go through. But again, I kind of had to force it through a little bit, probably because I was going through the placemat too. But just knot that on the front, and then I'm going to connect it to the middle section. Now, making it this way did add more time to the project. It did take me longer to make it than if I would have just glued the 3 signs together. So if you're a little shorter on time, you could do that. Just put a bead of hot glue on the inside lip of each one of those shelves, glue them all together, and then you would only have to string the top part. As you can do, I'm just doing one section at a time. So I attach the middle section to the bottom section, and then I'm going to attach this section to the top section. So I'm just kind of cutting the cord as I go. I'm going to need a couple of those cords that it came with to be able to make it all the way around and to include the hanger for this. Sometimes I noticed that like my skull came up a little bit when I was trying to force that string through there. So that made it a little bit challenging too. I have a little bit of a space between each board. So when it'll hang, it will hang like a slatted sign. And then for this piece, I'm going to just knot it here on top. This is going to be the hanger for our little skeleton pirate. He's not a pirate yet, but he's going to be. And I just make it however long I want my hanger to be, knotting that one on the front. And then I have to go ahead and do the same thing here on the other side, stringing it together. So again, definitely more work if you're going to do like the accordion, like slatted sign like this where it kind of dangles, but it actually looks really cool in the end. So I think it is worth the extra effort. This would be a great sign for your entryway or for a party. You can even hang this one outdoors. Since it's made out of that like vinyl placemat material, I think it should be rather weatherproof. As long as your glue holds up. If you are going to use it outdoors, you might want to use a stronger glue like an E6000 or something like that versus hot glue if your area is still hot like mine is. And I just simply string that, my last piece for putting it together. Now, one thing I don't like, though, is having those two holes in the bottom be empty. So I did go ahead and string that and knot it. And I'm just going to have that go to the other side, kind of hidden behind it, so that all of the holes on the shelves are filled with knots, just to make it look more finished. So this is what our little skull is looking like so far. Pretty cool, right? And then I'm going to use some of that Dollar Tree faux black leather to make an eye patch. So I'm simply using the eye as reference to sketch out an eye patch. Super easy shape to do. And to estimate there with the size of the eye. I want it to be larger than the eye, but only slightly. And then just cutting out my eye patch. I thought this would be a fun way to give it a little pirate appeal. You could leave it just a skull and crossbones if you like that, but of course I wanted to add just a few more details to make it more fun. I attached the faux leather with some hot glue and just glue that right on to the placemat. Since it's the back of the placemat instead of the front, instead of it being shiny, it's kind of a matte finish, which goes well with that matte faux leather look and goes well with my decor. I didn't want it to be shiny. And so that helps as well. I also used that scrap piece of black faux leather to do the straps. So I'm going to have this one go up over the eye, just kind of attaching that with hot glue. That's going to be the patch strap to go around the skeleton skull. Like that. And I've done a lot of like pirate DIYs for Halloween on my channel. Lots of fun ideas. It definitely goes well for like a coastal vibe for your Halloween if you make your skulls into a pirate. I did the same thing here on the other side with a much smaller strip. And that is it. This piece is really large. It's really cool. Let me show you how it looks hanging up. As you can see, there's like a little gap in between each one of the wood signs to give it that slatted feel. But I think it turned out really cool, and it was a fun way to DIY with one of these placemats from the Dollar Tree. I always like to try to include them in DIYs because I think they can be really fun, and they're usually really easy to find at Dollar Tree. Now, moving on to Christmas DIYs. You guys had a definite favorite in this DIY video, and it was that cute little red barn with the reindeer. Now for the next one, we're going to do a reindeer and like a reindeer barn, kind of like something that you would see at the North Pole. So I picked up a reindeer sign from the Dollar Tree Christmas section and a house sign from the Crafter Square at Dollar Tree. And we're going to make that into a barn is my intention. Now I do want to kind of cover up the wood here on the base of our deer first. And I want to make him look really cool. He's got this red and black buffalo check, but I want to cover him in cinnamon. I think that would look really cool. The brown's going to go great for a reindeer. It's going to make it smell great for Christmas time. But I was worried the cinnamon wouldn't cover up this bright red pattern on here, right? So I go over the whole thing with just some real brown apple barrel acrylic paint first. As you can see, the first coat with a sponge on there barely gave me any coverage whatsoever. So I'm going to have to take a couple of coats of brown on there first, and that's going to give me a great background for the cinnamon we're going to add. I used cinnamon to craft a fall wreath with Dollar Tree squirrels, and I loved the effect. So I wanted to see if I could recreate it for a Christmas project, and I think it turned out really well. Now, once I get the paint on there and dry, I'm going to do some Mod Podge and I'm going to go over the entire thing with Mod Podge. You could also use school glue for this. It's going to be kind of like gluing on sand. You guys have seen I've done that on many coastal projects. But you're going to need a nice coat of glue first. And then what I'm going to do is go on there and sprinkle the cinnamon on top. Now, this does make a big mess. I probably should have put something down below before I did it because it was a little messy. So keep that in mind. I just sprinkled my cinnamon all over, and you can get cinnamon from the Dollar Tree too to craft with. I just grabbed mine out of the spice cabinet to make it easy. And then I'm going to go over it with some spray glue. This is the one I'm using. It's a Gorilla spray glue adhesive. I usually use the spray glue aerosol cans like that from the Dollar Tree, but I've had trouble finding them lately. So I had to get some on Amazon, and I do like it. I think I have it linked in my Amazon shop as well, too, if you need some spray adhesive. I did notice that when I dried it, some of my cinnamon came off. So I added a little bit more Mod Podge and sprinkled more cinnamon on that area to try to fix that. And it is going to require several coats to get me a really even brown coating of the cinnamon all over the reindeer. So I sprayed it with the glue again. As you can see, that spray glue glues it from the top, so it's going to glue it down, but it also kind of changes the texture and the color of it as well. I noticed that the legs really needed more cinnamon, and the head and the antlers too. So I'm going to add a little bit more Mod Podge, and we're going to sprinkle on more cinnamon. And I'm just going to kind of keep adding cinnamon to it until I get a good coverage. So I just sprinkle that all over too. And then again, spray it down with the adhesive. And I love the way this project smells. It's so cool. I'm going to make this a standalone sign using that stand that's on the reindeer. But if you wanted to make this a hanging sign, you probably could. I thought the legs, the antlers, a couple areas needed a little bit more cinnamon. So again, more Mod Podge, more cinnamon, and then more spray adhesive. It's starting to look more uniform. I think one area here, the legs over here, maybe needs a little bit more. I'm really trying to avoid any of the white areas, and I want it all to be nice and brown. This is what it looks like. I think it's really cool. A little cinnamon reindeer. Just going to go ahead and remove the painter's tape, and we can start on our barn. Now, I know this is a house, but I'm going to show you how I convert it into a barn. This Dollar Tree wood signs are usually not very thick, so you can cut them. So I just use a razor blade, and I am going to cut the chimney off, and that's going to give it more of the A-frame, like barn shape that I want without a chimney. So I just cut that from both sides and try to trim it up a little bit to give myself a smooth roof line for this. Now I want to decorate this like this would be a barn at the North Pole, Santa's Village. And so I'm going to make it red, add some Christmas lights and greenery to it to make it really festive. Now, since I want to make it red and it's currently black, I know they have these in different colors. This was the only one I could find at Dollar Tree. It's going to need to be painted a little bit white first. Otherwise, it was going to be really hard to get that black to red because that black's going to want to show through the red and make it look dark. I want it to look bright red and festive, so I just go over it with some white acrylic first, using a brush to kind of get down into the grooves of the slatted boards. And then for the paint, we're going to use bright red acrylic, and we're going to go over everything here. I'm not going to paint the roof a different color, but I am going to decorate the roof, so that kind of gives it a little bit differing colors and make some definition for the roof. So I just go over the whole thing with the bright red, and then I also go in the different seams there with a brush. And you know, red is hard to get good coverage, so even though I did paint it white first, it is still going to take a couple of coats here to give me a bright red. So I just add another coat of red, and then I'm going to decorate this with some paint pens. Nothing crazy. I'm not going to add any words or anything to it. I don't think it's really large enough for that, but I am going to add some fun little barn touches. So I start with my white paint pen and a ruler, and we're going to make a barn doors on this. Now I would like it to be a little thicker, so I do a double line here of my paint pen. The other side of the door is going to be right over here to paint that on, and I want it to look like a traditional barn door. So we're going to do like the X shape on it. So I'm going to do the top of it like this, and I'm trying to not, mess up any of that fresh paint. So I do make sure that's dry, and then I'm going to go on and draw the X on here for our barn door. I thought about making a little window at the top, like with a loft, but I am going to decorate that with Christmas lights and stuff, so I don't think it really needs any more details. I think this is going to give me the barn look. I also went ahead and did the bottom of the door too to make that stand out. It's already looking way more like a barn. Now for the roof line, I told you I was going to decorate it with lights and greenery. So again, I'm going to be using some of these garland pieces from the Dollar Tree. I end up only using one of them, and some of their battery-operated LED lights. These are like the warm white ones, so they kind of have a little bit of a yellow tint, which I really love. They require 2 AA batteries, and they have, I think, 10 LED lights on there. And that's going to be plenty to light up the roof line of our little reindeer barn. So I'm going to pop the batteries in there, make sure it works, and unwind these. I'm going to then wrap that around the greenery, and it's going to look so festive and fun that we can light this piece up too. And I'll just hide the battery pack on the back. You really have to start right on these. I kind of got them a little bit tangled, so I'm just trying to make sure they're all straightened out before I start wrapping the greenery. And since this was wired greenery, it makes this part even easier. I'm just going to wind it around until I get all the way to the end. I noticed that about 5 of the lights it took for one piece, and so I'm going to double it up. So I switch it the other direction, and I wrap it again and do 5 more lights. So all 10 lights are going to be on that one piece of garland, and it is just the right size there for the roof. So I bend it in half, and then I'm just going to attach that with hot glue to the roof line of our barn. And what we're going to do is we're going to be standing the reindeer in front of the barn, and it just looks so festive together for Christmas. I always love crafting with like Santa, snowmen, but also reindeer. I think it's really fun. I'm going to, again, hide the battery pack here on the back. So I'm going to leave it where I can still change the batteries. I made sure to do that side up, but it's going to be easily accessible to be able to turn on and off, and you won't be able to see it back there on the back of our barn. Now for the second piece of greenery, I'm going to use that to make a little wreath to decorate the top of our barn. So I just need a piece small enough that I can make a little circle with. And we can just do a very simple wreath. And since this is like, at the North Pole, they would definitely have that decorated. You got to make sure that you kind of have the wire twisted. There, that looks good. I'm going to attach that with hot glue as well. Super cute and festive. I am loving this project so far. Now, I did want to add a few berries to that. I actually have these left over from the 4th of July. Sometimes I use some of the 4th of July things that I have left over for Christmas too, because again, you're going to get the same colors with that red color. So I just do a few berries, and I'm going to attach it right here to the bottom of the wreath. Nothing fancy, kind of simple. Again, it got a little chipped there, so I just kind of touch it up a little bit with our red berries, and I think the barn is perfect. So I want to attach this to the front. This is going to also be standing up the barn. So I just add some hot glue here to the back, and I'm going to glue it on level with the bottom of the barn. And I think I'm going to center it here. I think that makes more sense for me. And then I did get a little bit of cinnamon on the base of that, but I wanted it to look snowy. So I'm going to add a snowy bottom to the reindeer anyway to make it look like he's standing in snow. To do that, I'm going to use one of the Dollar Tree microfiber mop heads. I love using these for snow for crafts. They make great snowy cover for like if you put on winter houses and stuff like that. I've used that from before with my gingerbread crafting. I love it. I cut out a strip here for the front that I can attach to the base. And then I don't have a lot of room behind the reindeer, so I tried to cut down a very thin strip of it. But if you go too thin on these microfiber mop heads, they kind of fall apart. But that's okay. I can just use the pieces and just kind of glue them down separately. I just want a little bit of snow to be behind him as well. And so I just cut that fluff down and glue it back there. And then I can attach that larger strip that I cut to the front for the front of the snowy area. So I just attach that with hot glue too. And they do like to shed when you cut them, so make sure you kind of get all of that off before you attach it to your DIY. But look how cute our little reindeer and barn turned out. I love it. It stands on its own, and it looks so cute lit up. Isn't that so festive and fun for Christmas? And it smells great too because it smells like cinnamon. And it looks really cool with the reindeer being all textured like that too, I think. And then, of course, our little snowy ground underneath. Really goes with the Christmas feel, and I love the bright red color of the barn. The next video is more traditional Christmas DIY decor, and your favorite DIY from this video was a little snowman hat candle DIY. Now for the next DIY, I'm going to turn these two Dollar Tree candle holders and some red long candles from the Dollar Tree into a snowman hat candle. So for the red candles, I'm going to be melting these on my stove. I go ahead and remove the plastic wrapper on both of those. And I have an old pot that I just used to melt candles because I love melting these candles like this from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to put them in there until they are melted. Now we can get started on our snowman hat. This is just a round, flat candle holder from the Dollar Tree. And then this distinctive shape candle holder as well. It's going to give us the perfect snowman shape. So I'm just removing all of the labels on these. I am going to be painting these to make these look like a snowman hat. But I want to go ahead and glue everything together while it's still in the glass stage. I think that way it'll be stronger. And then paint it once I have it built. So I made sure to get all my stickers off. For the glue, I'm going to be using the Dollar Tree multi-purpose cement. You could also use E6000 for this if you have some. What I did was go all around the edge with the multi-purpose cement. And then for a quick hold, I'm also going to do hot glue, but I'm going to do it in the middle so that the two different glues don't mix. So I just put some on there, and then I am going to attach this to the other candle holder. So it's a pretty big candle holder, so that's why I'm melting two of the red candles, because I think it's definitely going to take that much to fill up a candle this size. Now to paint it, it's a little bit tricky, but I'm using some black chalkboard paint from Dollar Tree. I really like this. It's a really nice dark paint. And I just start going around the top of the bottom candle holder there. Also getting the edges. And then I can go around and paint the actual sides of the candle holder. I don't want to paint inside of it, the one on top, because I don't want it to interfere with the candle that we're making. So I'm just painting on the outside. Now you'll see that it's not going to give you great coverage. It's probably because I'm using like an acrylic paint. Chalk paint might work a little bit better. You could always spray paint this too. If you like maybe held it or had it upside down where no paint would get inside. But basically you're going to want everything to be black, that common color for a snowman hat. So this is what one coat looks like. You can see there's lots of streaking. You can see through the glass still. So definitely going to require some more paint. So I'm going to go over it again with the black chalkboard paint. And again, this is from Dollar Tree. It works really good. It gives you like kind of a chalkboard texture too, which I really enjoy. So I'm just going over that bottom candle holder again with another coat of the black paint. And then I'm going to go over the sides as well. Just sponging that on with a sponge paintbrush from the Dollar Tree until I get good coverage all over. Again, just the top and the sides of those two candle holders. Definitely try not to get any paint inside. This is what it looks like after two coats. As you can see, there's still a little bit of streaking. So I did go over mine with a third coat because, again, I want it to be super black. I don't want you to be able to see any of that red candle through it. And I actually did end up needing both of the red candles to go inside. Now you could use the wicks that are in those candles that I am melting, but I actually got these candle wicks on Amazon, and I want to make it a 3-wick candle. So I'm just going to go ahead and use new ones. My hot glue gun was not working right now. My battery had died, so I'm using a little Gorilla Glue tape here on the base of these just to try to make sure they stay in place while I pour the hot wax and stuff like that in. Again, I'm going to make a 3-wick candle, so I'm just trying to scatter these around. When I bought this great kit, I think I do have this linked in my Amazon shop too. It also came with popsicle sticks with holes drilled in it for the wicks. And you know what? I used them all, and when they had wax on them, I kind of threw them away. I wish I wouldn't have because they worked really well. I'm just going to try to replicate with a popsicle stick, cutting some notches in it. Didn't work as well. But I'll show you what I did to counteract that. So I have these all melted. I pulled the wicks out of them just to get them out of the way. And I'm going to dump both of the red candles in here. If you wanted, you could scent this as well. And you might want to save a little wax from your last candle because a lot of times when they solidify, you'll get like a bowl shape in the middle and you might need to go back and refill it. This one is looking really good. As you can see, I hot glued the little wicks to popsicle sticks so they would stay in place. Now for the ribbon on the snowman hat, I'm using this great ribbon I found from the Dollar Tree. It's like a red and black buffalo check, but it also has snowflakes on it, so I think that's perfect. The only problem is it's not wide enough for what I want, so I'm going to show you how I fix that. I'm just seeing about how long I need to go around, and I am going to cut that off, and I'm actually cutting 2 strips. So once I get the 2 strips, I'm going to put them together to make a wider ribbon. And I kind of want to do it before I attach it to the snowman hat. I think that'll work better. And to do that, I'm just going to use a 3rd piece of ribbon. So I cut a 3rd piece of ribbon the same length. I can put some hot glue here on this half of the ribbon and line this up to the center of the ribbon, gluing that down. I do want the snowflakes to be offset, so I kind of flipped it here. And for the 2nd row, and I hot glue that one as well. And now I have a nice thick ribbon, it's perfect size for the snowman hat. And way easier to work with. So now all we have to do is wrap this around the candle that we DIY'd. I put a little hot glue here on the back, gluing the ribbon on, and we're just going to decorate this like we would decorate a snowman hat. So a little hot glue here on the end, overlapping slightly here on the back. It is so cute. I'm so glad I decided to make this DIY. It definitely looks like a snowman hat. Now for the decorations, I'm going to use some of the Dollar Tree mini pine picks. They do have glitter on them. Again, I'm not going to use the ones with glitter on them if I can't avoid it. Some of them have way more glitter than the others. And so I'm just going to cut off some pieces that we can use to decorate. Kind of making 2 pieces look similar here by trimming up the bottom piece because it was all one piece originally. And I just want a couple little sprigs of pine like that. Now, I think that is a little too wide, so I'm going to cut mine down into just 2 sprigs instead of the 3 that were on there, so it'll fit a little bit better here on my little snowman hat candle. And I think that looks good. So I'm going to attach it with a little bit of hot glue here on both of those. I'm also going to be using some of those little snowy berries as well. Super cute to decorate with. These come 3 together like this. I'm just going to go ahead and cut them off the wires because the wires are too long for what I'm using them for. But I do want a little bit of wire on there so I can put some hot glue on there and glue that down into the greenery. I'm just going to do 3. I think odd numbers always looks good for like berries and stuff like this. And I love the fact that they are snowy for the snowman. That looks good. I don't think I need too much decoration, so I just detach here where I had them hot glued to my popsicle sticks, and then all I have to do is cut the wicks. I want them to be short like they should be here, so I'm going to cut all 3 down to size, and we have a fun little Christmas candle. Look how cute this turned out. I absolutely love this DIY. And again, you might have a little bit of a hole or dipping in the top of your candle. You might want to save some wax for that because you could always heat that up, pour that in there and fix it to give you a flat top for your candle. But I actually got pretty lucky on mine. Mine looks pretty good. Isn't this so cute? I absolutely love this idea. The next Christmas DIY video was a Christmas movie theme, and you guys had probably two favorites, two of my Grinch DIYs. I'm going to show you the Grinch Snowman DIY. So for the first one, I'm going to make a Grinch snowman. So these are the new stackable snowmans they have at Dollar Tree, the Dollar Tree Plus. They're $5 and they're really big. So you're going to get 3 of these and they all like kind of pop together. So it's a snowman. But I wanted to do something a little different with mine and see if I can make mine into a Grinch for the Grinch movie because that is one of our favorite Christmas movies. I actually got these in Orlando. I was so excited. We were there for my son's 20th birthday, and I was so happy to be able to find these. I also got the Christmas tree one, but I haven't found the present one yet. Now, this is some Grinch fur that I actually found on Amazon. It is the 4x100 inch roll, and this is a QR code right here that will take you to the Amazon link to order it. It is my affiliate link if you want to get some, but I've heard that Walmart also has some, maybe in a skinnier version, kind of Grinch garland. So I just start right here at the bottom, and I'm going to start gluing this, just attaching it with hot glue. The very bottom was the easiest because it was the flattest just to kind of wrap straight around. But anytime I did have any gaps in it, I did try to put some hot glue there just to make sure that it's nice and tight against the bottom of the snowman. The Grinch fur cost $12.49 with like free Amazon Prime shipping. So that was the biggest cost to this project, but it is absolutely perfect Grinch fur. Look how crazy and cool it looks. I'm going to stop here now that I've went all the way around and attach this here to the back. I kind of thought I had a little bit more on that roll, but I ended up using the whole roll just on this one project. And so for the next Grinch project, I will show you how to DIY some Grinch fur using something from the Dollar Tree. So for the second row, I went up to about here. I didn't want too big of a gap between the 2 rows. And it's okay to have a gap on the top because the fur from the neck section of the snowman will come down and kind of cover that part. Now it did get a little bit looser coming around here because it kind of goes in a little bit more here on the top. And so I just kind of gathered it together, used hot glue to try to keep it tight against that, and I'm just going to go all the way around. So this bottom section of the snowman definitely took the most amount of a Grinch fur. And I'm just going to finish this row off. Now, for the next section of the snowman, I'm going to be doing the Grinch fur, also a scarf to kind of make it look like, you know, he's dressed up as Santa Claus. I want to do kind of a Grinch Santa. And then I'm also going to need some for his face. So this is the second section. It's already got like a built-in like scarf, but it's like made out of plastic. So I kind of want to add like a cloth one since I'm already adding the fur and stuff to the Grinch. So this is when I was trying to figure out if I had enough. Since I am going to be adding the scarf, I don't really need to add any of the fur where the scarf is going to be. But if I wrap that around one time on that middle section, I do have one piece left that is long enough to do at least the face of our snowman, and I think we can make that work. So this is what it looks like so far. You just pop the little pieces together. They just kind of pop together like containers. And I'm just going to start by kind of like fluffing that up to see if that will work, and it totally does. Now for this row, if you might want to paint the buttons and the scarf if you notice that you can see it through your fur. Mine wasn't too bad, and so I just kind of left it as is. So I just cut out a piece. It's going to go right underneath where the scarf is there, and then go down towards that middle section. And this is all the fur I have left, but it's enough for the face of the snowman. especially since he's going to be wearing a Santa Claus hat. And I'm so glad I decided to make this snowman a Grinch snowman. I think it's so much fun. It's definitely one of our favorite Christmas movies, and my son is going to love this when he comes home for Thanksgiving vacation. And so for this section, I just started again on the back, and I'm just wrapping the Grinch fur all the way around. That's about how far one piece will go on this middle section. And I can just cover the scarf part with our DIY scarf that I'm going to make. I do want it to kind of look a little bit like Santa scarf, like red plush material to go with the Santa hat that we're going to put on top. And so to do that, I'm actually just going to use a second Santa hat that I got at the Dollar Tree to DIY a scarf. I haven't been able to find those red plush scarves with the little white pom-poms on the end this year. I don't know why. Somebody must be buying them all from my stores because I haven't been able to find any of those. But that would totally work too, and it would be easier than what I ended up doing. So this is just a Santa hat. I am just peeling back the cuff there so I can cut a strip right here. I thought maybe if I just cut like a round strip here on the bottom, I could just put that over for the first layer of the scarf. And it did work, but it was a little bit of a tight fit. And so I did have to kind of put it together like piece by piece, but I was trying to try it on. Kind of shed a little bit cutting the hat like this onto my fur there. But that's okay. That's what lint rollers are for. So I just cut out a strip that's wide enough to cover like that plastic scarf and that little section of white that's underneath of it there that doesn't have any fur. That's when I realized I was going to have to kind of take it apart and do it like section by section. But I'm probably going to need more too because you're going to need like the ends of the scarf to hang down. So I can go from the back to the front just like that. And then I will do like a separate section in the front to make it look like a knotted scarf. So I want that seam to be in the back where you're not going to be able to really see it. And I just make sure that there's no gap. I don't want to see any of that plastic here. So I just make sure that my fabric is overlapping it a bit and just kind of straightening that up. And it's going to go all the way to like that section, that little bump out there. For the scarf, but I also have to clean up some of that mess from this. And I continue hot gluing that all the way around here. And then I had cut a second strip there out of my hat because I was going to need more material to make it look like a little knotted scarf here. So I'm going to take that, just kind of rip out the seam on this one as well on both sides, and then we can just kind of make two sections like it is a longer scarf that's kind of tied and knotted over. And doing it like this, one section at a time, makes it lay a little bit flatter against the Grinch snowman anyway. I'm just trying to cut two strips about the same width. So one can be like a knotted one and one could be like going out the back like that. I think that'll look pretty good. I didn't want to cover up too much of his fur, but I did want to give him a Christmas vibe there for his scarf. Like I didn't want to give him the full Santa suit that he wears like in the movie. But definitely a Santa hat and a Santa scarf. I did think about putting like a white pom-pom on the ends of this, but I kind of liked it just as is, and I think it really does kind of look like a scarf once I get it attached. I hot glue the top one like that one to kind of fold over the top one, and that is the middle section of the Grinch. We're not going to do any arms on this one. It's just going to be a Grinch snowman, and so I'm just going to go ahead and pop that right in the bottom section, and then just kind of fluff all the fur to try to cover up the area here that doesn't have any fur. And the fur was long enough that it was pretty easy to do, and you really want your Grinch fur to be kind of messy anyway. It's going to give it more of a Grinch look. Now for the top part of the Grinch snowman, this is all I have, but I think it's going to be enough because it's going to cover his cute little snowman face there and the sides. He's going to be wearing a Santa hat from the Dollar Tree, so that is going to go down and cover the back of it where there's no fur. So I was able to make it with just one roll. I did think that, it's kind of hard to estimate how much you're going to need for something. I really thought that I was going to have extra fur, but it is a pretty big snowman. So this is another Dollar Tree Santa hat. We're just going to slide that over his head, and if I pull it down all the way in the back like that, it will cover that plastic section and still expose his face. So little hot glue to attach the Santa hat right here in front. And we're also going to be DIYing his cute little Grinch face on here too. And then I just glue down the back, trying to cover up all the plastic that might be exposed. Just like that. He's looking super cute. Now, I went ahead and measured. I don't have a lot of room for a Grinch face, but I designed a printable, and I will include a link to this free printable in the description of today's video. Basically, I just want the eyes. The rest of it, I'm going to put together with some string. So I definitely wanted them to have yellow eyes, and the only way I could think to really make them look accurate, especially on the fur, is to print them out. So I just printed this out on cardstock. It's just going to make it a little bit durable and easier to work with. And the trickiest part of the eyes was trying to get like the little eyelashes on there too. But I thought that would be a fun feature. The rest of the Grinch face features are really small black lines. And so I thought that would be really hard to cut out of paper. So we're actually going to be making those out of string. So there's his eyes. I went ahead and attached them with a little bit of hot glue. The hot glue on the fur was a little tricky and a little messy. So for the rest of the face, I do switch it up to tacky glue. I found it was just easier to work with on the faux fur. But there's his glowing yellow Grinch eyes. I thought those were definitely key for him. Now I wanted some black string. I have this black macrame cord, and it is a black string, but it's still kind of too thick. So I'm going to unwind it into 3 pieces like you would kind of unwind rope to give me some black string. You could also use black yarn for this if that's all that you can find. What I want to do is do that big Grinchy smile, and I have it there on that printout for inspiration. It's just a great big smile, about as big as I can get it on his face. And then I'm just going to use tacky glue to attach it. The great thing about the fur on his face is it can kind of overlap some of these facial features a little bit, and it makes it look even cuter. So great big Grinchy grin here. Just gluing down kind of one section at a time and trying to make sure it gets that same shape as my inspiration face there. Now, they also have the little like cheek lines here for his big Grinchy grin. So I'm going to cut down a couple pieces to kind of represent those. And this macrame cord does kind of fray a little bit, which kind of gives them a little bit, some of the wrinkles too. I'm trying to shape it a little bit, kind of like the picture. Just some like big wrinkles there on the side of his face. I wish that the snowman face was a little taller to do the Grinch face. I felt like it was a little short, but I was able to fit all the features in that I wanted to. So I just did the same thing there to the other side. He does have this little tiny section of his smile that kind of goes up here. So I cut a really small piece of the macrame cord and put there as well. And then he had a cute little Grinch nose. So I'm also going to build that with the string. I just put some tacky glue right there in the middle. And then I just start going around in circles until I kind of get that little like upside triangular, like kind of an animal nose there for our Grinch. And then I can't forget his crazy eyebrows. So I'm going to cut 2 more pieces to do his eyebrows and kind of have them a little bit almost angry looking like the Grinch eyebrows. One on each side. He's looking so Grinchy and cute. I absolutely love this DIY. And it was such a fun idea of something to do with these new snowmen from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to be DIYing the Christmas tree. I really hope I can find the Christmas presents because I would like to DIY them too. They're like 3 presents that stack. For $5, it is a really large piece, and I think it's a really good deal. So there he is, our little Grinchy face. I love the way he turned out. And now it's time to put it together. So I am just going to pop that on. I do want to make sure that the fluff there kind of doesn't get caught in the gap when I snap it on. So I kind of just push that up out of the way and put that on my snowman and pop it in. I was really careful not to interfere with any of the connecting pieces, but this is how he turned out. Isn't he fantastic? Our little Grinch snowman. I cannot wait to decorate with him this season. I think that Grinch fur is so fun. I've always wanted to get some of that. And so this was a great way to use it. And here is a picture from a distance. I love him. The next Christmas video, I focused on outdoor Christmas DIYs. This was such a popular video. Your favorite DIY from this was the plastic stackable Christmas tree that I turned into like an old-fashioned vintage Christmas tree that lights up. Now check out this great stackable Christmas tree that I found at Dollar Tree. It was $5 in their Dollar Tree Plus aisle. It's kind of like the snowman and the presents that they have right now. Comes in 3 pieces that all pop together. When I saw this, I thought vintage lighted Christmas tree. You know, the ceramic lighted Christmas trees with the lights coming out of them? I'm going to try to recreate it with some Dollar Tree lights. These are the 25 count super bright LED lights that are $5 at Dollar Tree Plus. And check out how cool they are. They're really nice, vintage looking lights. The great thing about these is that they unscrew. So it's going to make it possible for me to have them coming out, peeking out from the tree, just like a vintage Christmas tree. This is what they're like. They have a little LED bulb in there so that I won't have to worry about them getting hot. I just have to figure out a way to poke 25 holes into this Christmas tree. To do that, I just ordered this hot knife on Amazon. It was about $19. I'll be sure to add it to my Amazon shop. I really loved it. Comes with a couple blades that you can heat up as well for other DIYs. For this DIY though, I just need to poke holes. So it comes with a little stand, and I was really impressed with this. I know that you can drill holes into these, but I kind of need a rather big hole for these lights, so I thought this might be a little bit easier. But if you're using like the smaller lights, you could probably get away with a drill and a large drill bit. So again, we have 3 pieces, and I need to kind of evenly space out 25 lights. So there's like 2 sections on each one, so 6 sections. So I went and I calculated what it would be like, and it would be 2 on the top, then 3, 4, 4, 6, and 6 is how I can kind of evenly distribute these. So I'm just going to start marking spots on here where I want to poke holes. I'm going to go straight across, but then I thought I kind of want them kind of scattered like a vintage Christmas tree where some of them are up and some of them are down a little bit. So for this one, I need to do a total of 6. So I'm trying to evenly space those out, having some go up and some go not down. So I'm just kind of counting the individual pieces so that I can kind of line this up properly. So this one's going to go kind of up, this one kind of down. And pre-marking these out is crucial to get good spacing on these. I do want to use every single light. And I was so impressed with how this DIY turned out. It turns out so cool. I did think about painting it, but I want to be able to use this outside. I want it to hold up, and I think that the green color that it is really cute. So for the middle section, we're going to be doing less because this is a smaller section. So I'm going to go down only 4 on this one, so 1 on each side. Then I can kind of find the middle, do 1 here. I'm going to kind of pick a panel. I don't really want to go in between the 2 pieces, and have these be up a little bit. So pre-planning where you're going to drill is crucial, and these lights are not strung very far apart, so you kind of need the lights to be fairly close to each other for them to be able to reach. Now this one, even easier. We're going to do a total of 3 on this one, and then only 2 up here, so 1 on each side. Now we can experiment with my new hot knife. I'm going to start at the top. I can kind of see what size hole I'm going to need. This burns a pretty big hole. You'll be able to see the smoke. Be wary if you're using this to melt plastic. It is going to smell like melted plastic. You might want to wear a mask or something like that. It might not be the best for you to breathe in. I was working in my garage, so I wasn't too concerned about it, but I did melt a lot of plastic on this, but I'm really glad I made them like this because it worked out really well. At first, I just kind of had to figure out a plan. The hole that I originally put in there just by putting it straight through is not quite big enough, but if I kind of, take it around in circles like that, I can make it bigger. And so I'm going to do that. Now in this first section, I really tried to pre-drill, all of the holes, pre-melt all of the holes. But on the second and third sections, I did find that it worked a little bit better to add the light as soon as I melt them. But this top section was kind of still an experiment. Be very careful with one of these if you get one because it is extremely hot. And I was good. I didn't melt anything or burn anything, so I was trying to be really careful with it. I also do use the knife feature on another DIY today. I think I'll use this a lot because there's always things I need to melt, and my hot glue guns never work for that for some reason. So I went ahead and pre-melted all of the holes. And then I need to be able to add the, make sure that the little light fits. I need this bulb to be able to fit like that, or I can string the other light inside and screw it on. So I'm going to go ahead and remove all of the caps for this first section. You do have to keep them in order if you're going to be using this light set because as you can see, the light bulbs are colored too. So you want to keep the corresponding colors with the corresponding bulbs. And so it's just a matter of adding the little light bulbs and then screwing the sets on. Again, I found that if it was freshly melted like that, it worked a little bit better. You're almost like sealing the light in there and then screwing the bulb on. It works better to screw the outer light bulb instead of trying to mess up your wire on the inside. And so for this one, we're going to do an orange one right here. Screwing that on. Doesn't it look so cool? I love how this turned out. I think this is going to look so cute on my front porch for Christmas. And you could totally use this inside as well. It really gives the vibes of one of those vintage Christmas trees. I think my mother-in-law actually still has one of those. I think she puts one out every Christmas. And so we're almost finished with this first section. One more for the red. And again, I did like melting them a little bit better first. If you do have any excess plastic that doesn't kind of get melted away, you can always just trim that up a little bit with a razor blade. Now I'm going to need to string these lights into the second section. But first I know exactly how many I'm going to need, so I can go ahead and unscrew all of the little light bulb covers, again, keeping them in order so I can keep the coordinating colors with the right bulbs here. And there's not an awful long string on the end of these lights, but I'll show you how I plug these in a little bit later. It worked really well for this DIY. Now I did have a little trouble popping the top and the middle sections together. I did add a little bit of hot glue to make sure that that top section stays on. The bottom section popped on a lot better for me. And so on this section and on the third section, I just go ahead and melt the holes right before I put them in there. It seemed to work a lot better. And then I just kind of hold the light inside and then screw like the bulb cover on it, making sure that I avoid any like hot melted plastic. I definitely don't want to burn myself on this. Now, as you can see, sometimes you do get a little bit of plastic shavings even though you don't want it, but it's easy enough to trim up with just a razor blade. I just want it to look clean, kind of like the other ones. So that's better. Again, I'm just going with that random pattern that the lights are in, and again, following the colors that they say to. And I got pretty good at doing this when I got about here. So again, just make sure you lay them out If you were going to do like the smaller light bulbs, you might need a couple strands because you're going to need it's a pretty tall tree. You're going to need a lot of holes drilled in it as well. But again, test it out. Make sure that you're not drilling the holes too far apart or anything like that. You don't want to waste any lights inside. You want to be able to have all of those bulbs light up. So this second section is almost done. Let me melt a hole here for green, and then one more will finish this off. And I think I did a good job of kind of evenly distributing them all over, like you would get with one of those little vintage ceramic Christmas trees. I think those things are really valuable too. I remember seeing one of those on Etsy. It was like $200. And here is the final section. Again, I just go ahead and take all the caps off. Again, keeping them in order, and then popping the second section on. When I did the bottom section of the Christmas tree, it popped on so much easier than the first one. I don't know why I was having trouble with that one, but I've also DIY'd the little snowmen that pop together like this. I made it Grinch in my most recent Christmas movie Dollar Tree DIYs, and it turned out so fun. The only one of these that I haven't found so far is the Christmas presents. I would like to find that one. I think that would be fun to DIY as well. I actually picked these up in Orlando last weekend when I was there celebrating my son's birthday. He wanted me to decorate the hotel room, of course, for his birthday. And so I had to stop at a Dollar Tree, of course. And I was so excited to find these. And then this last section, we're just going to continue the same thing. As you can see, this section popped on pretty well, so it kind of spins a little bit. I'm trying to avoid that spin if I can, and keeping it kind of all lined up how I want the lights to be distributed. But again, I just go all the way around. I thought about making like a star topper for the Christmas tree, even one potentially that lights up, but I really love how it looks with just all of the little vintage Christmas bulbs. I think it's so pretty, and I can't wait to decorate for Christmas with this. Almost done, just a few more bulbs here, and then I'll show you how I plug them in. Again, the cord on this particular light set from the Dollar Tree is fairly short. As you can see, I'm a pro with that like hot knife by the end. And so it's not really long enough for me to plug in, but look how cute this turned out. I absolutely love it. This is what I picked up from the Dollar Tree. They also have green extension cord. So easy peasy, we can plug this in and see how it looks. This is it lit up with a little bit of lights on in the room. But as you can see, it really gives you that vintage Christmas feel. I really love it. And then this is what it looks like a little bit darker. You can see how bright it is. Isn't this so cute? I think this is my favorite way to decorate one of these little Christmas trees. Really a lot of fun. And I think it looks fine without a Christmas tree topper. Isn't that so cute? I'm going to be putting this on my front porch right next to my front door. And I love how bright this is. It lights up my whole front porch. For the next set of DIYs, I did coastal Christmas DIYs. And you guys had lots of favorites on this one as well, but I think we're going to go with the sea glass shorebird Christmas ornament DIY. Okay, these are my favorite like wood ornaments from the Dollar Tree. I get these in the Crafter Square. You get 3, and they do kind of vary a little bit in shape and sizes, as you can see. I want one of the larger ones for this one. I do notice sometimes they do have water damage on them when I buy them at Dollar Tree, but we're going to make this work anyway because I'm going to paint some of it. So I use just a little bit of cloudless, and I'm going from the top and kind of swirling it to do like a beach scene. I'm going to do a fun sea glass art display on this. And I want just a very neutral beach scene. So I follow that up with a little turquoise here to represent the ocean, kind of giving me a skyline back there where the ocean's going to be different shades of cloudless and turquoise, and then kind of mixing the shades together. For the last coat, I'm going back to that cloudless, and just with one of those chunky brushes from the Dollar Tree, I just distress it lightly, and it gives you like that ocean, like wavy look. See how cute that is? And it was so easy to do. And that's going to be the perfect background for some sea glass shorebirds. Now, I'm opening a new package to see if there's anything that's talking to me in this package. You kind of want a little bit of a triangle to make a shorebird. I have made sea glass shorebirds before, so I kind of knew what I was looking for. But then I was trying to determine, do I want to make them like teal and green, or do I want to make them like white? Shorebirds are a lot of times white. So I kind of tried a couple options to see what I liked, and I thought that white might work better. That white piece really looks like a shorebird to me. And then I was trying to decide if I should make them both the same color or different. I decided to make this one smaller, like this little bird will be like flying into the scene. And since these are clear, they're not gonna look white, right? So I just take a little white acrylic and a sponge. This is like a little makeup sponge, and I'm just gonna paint the back of them. So they'll look white from the front, but you won't see the actual paint. So they'll still look like sea glass, right? Now, these come with little hangers, which is very helpful. I'm just going to string that through the little wood slice and tie a knot for my hanger, and we can start putting this together. I want my bigger bird to be here in the sand on the beach, which I just left that part regular wood. For the feet, I just use a fine tip Sharpie. I actually got these at Dollar Tree too, and I just make some really easy little bird feet that are going to be coming out from the sea glass shorebird. I draw an eye on, and then I switch to the orange to do a little triangle beak here. Isn't this so cute? I love sea glass art. I think it's so much fun. And you really have to kind of use your imagination. This one's a little bit small, so I'm going to make it look like it's further away. I just draw a beak on and an eye, but no feet, because I want this one to either be like flying in or swimming in the ocean, however you want it. And then I hot glue my sea glass down, and you can see the white paint behind it really worked. And then I go ahead and glue my smaller one down. Since this was a little smaller, I decided to do some little tail feathers, just like with a white paint pen, just to give him a little bird shape like he's flying or whatever into the scene. And I think that looks really cute. Now, since I do have a beach on there, I wanted to add some seashells. So I'm going to use some of the little tiny seashells here that I get on Amazon. And I don't have a lot of room, but I have enough room for at least 2 of them. And I think that'll be fun since, of course, it's a beachy ornament. They're very small though, so I just need a little bit of hot glue to attach those down. If you wanted to add sand to that part, you totally could with some school glue. That would be really cute too. But I think it looks so cute. Very abstract little ocean and sky scene there. And then the 2 little sea glass shorebirds. Kind of my favorite way to use the Dollar Tree sea glass, to be honest. Really fun. And I think this one turned out so cute. What do you guys think? I have made so many coastal Christmas ornaments for my tree. My son told me this year, I think we have too many, so maybe I need another tree. Now for the next Christmas DIY video, you guys definitely had 2 favorites, the melting snowman and the Christmas window DIY. The farmhouse window is a little bit easier, so I'm going to show you that one. The next DIY, I want to make a giant like farmhouse window with a winter scene for Christmas. Now, we don't get much cold weather here in Florida, but I want this to definitely look like frosted windows with snowflakes and all of that. So I got some of the wood 5x7 frames from the Dollar Tree, just making sure they're all the same. And I want to add them together. I started with 4, but I ended up with 6. And I think it turned out so cute. So I just pop out the back on these. I'm also popping out the glass. Then I'm going to carefully remove all of the little black like staples that come down. I need to get rid of those, but I also don't want to damage the frame. My favorite thing about these frames though is that they are made out of actual wood. So they're really sturdy. I just go ahead and put some hot glue in there and glue the glass back in because this is going to be a window. So I definitely want to incorporate the glass, but not the staples because you'd be able to see those from the front with the clear glass. Now, being wood, these ended up a little bit heavier than I would expect with a normal Dollar Tree frame. And so I will have to make some reinforcements to this to make it stronger. But I kind of start everything with hot glue. So I'm going to hot glue this together. Now, if I were to do this again, I probably would have used wood glue for this part. I was trying to get a lot of DIYs done though for this video, which is why I went with hot glue, but I did have to reinforce it. I tried here at first just to reinforce it with some jumbo popsicle sticks here on the seam in the back and some more hot glue, but that was not quite strong enough. So I'll show you what I end up doing to reinforce this to make it stronger. Since these actually have glass in them, I want to make sure this does not fall apart. And I don't want any glass, like breaking on my floor or anything like that. So same thing with frame number 3. I just remove everything, including the staples, hot glue the glass back in. And I was trying to decide how big I wanted this farmhouse window to be. So I started with 4, but luckily I had stocked up on these frames. So I was able to up this to 6. So again, I attached that with hot glue and I'm reinforcing on the back with popsicle sticks. But again, you might want to use a stronger glue for that for sure. And the last one in my initial set here, I do the same thing with it, and then I'm going to kind of try this out for size. I wanted a large statement piece to go next to my front door for Christmas, and I just love how this turned out. It was so much fun. So that is my 4th one. I thought that was going to be large enough, but once I get it together, I realized that I do want it to be like a 6-pane window. It just wasn't large enough. So I'm going to add 2 more like this. It's going to be like a horizontal window. And I'm also going to be adding like a little window ledge to it as well for a little bit more charm. So same thing, I just take these apart. Definitely make sure you're buying 4 or 6 of the same frame because they have 2 of these wooden ones that are kind of similar. And you want them to all be the same. And if you can get like a thinner wood, it would be a little bit more seamless there in between the different slats of the window, but I'll show you how I go about making it all more cohesive once we get this put together. And I do like the color of this wood. I am going to distress it with some white though, to give it that like vintage farmhouse vibe. So that looks good. Again, I do have to reinforce it a little bit later because I didn't think it was quite strong enough. For the little ledge, I'm going to attach some wood here to the bottom like this. And I have a scrap piece of wood. I think this was maybe from an old bed that I took apart. I'm not sure, but it's pretty similar to the craft wood that you can get there at the Dollar Tree. I'm going to cut it a little bit longer than my window on my saw. And I think this is going to be a fun touch. I'm not going to frame like all the way around it. You could if you wanted to. But I just wanted a little bit of a detail there. Now for the distressing, I'm just using some white acrylic. And I am just going over, kind of following the direction of the boards, letting some of the wood show through, but also distressing it, trying to make it look old and kind of half painted. And I do that there on all of the sides, all 4 sides of each frame. Now, the only thing I didn't like about it at this point is you can see the gaps in between the frames. So I thought I could minimize that by using some Dollar Tree spackle. It's going to go with the white distressed look anyway, if you were able to see any of it. And if you kind of like just use your finger, you can kind of fill in those cracks between the different sections of the window. And it's just going to make it look like it's more cohesive in all one piece, which is what I was going for. And I'm really glad I decided to do that. I think it made it look a lot better. I'm going to distress it with a little bit more of the white, a little less wood, a little bit more white. And I'm also going to try to make sure to get some on the ledges because I kind of miss the little ledges that kind of bump out there on the front to give them some white distressing too. And I think that's looking pretty good. I did realize at this point, though, it wasn't as sturdy as I wanted it to be. It was kind of moving on me a little bit with the hot glue. So I'm going in with my staple gun and I'm going to staple all the frames together. Now, just make sure you're not using staples that are too long, that are going to go all the way through the frame. I used some of my shorter ones, so it wouldn't go through. And then I'm also going to reinforce all of the glasses again by hot gluing another bead of hot glue along the seam, but along the back where you won't be able to see that, to make sure that none of the glass falls out. I want this to be super sturdy. If I were to do this again, I'd probably skip the popsicle sticks and use more staples that seem to work better. I'm also going to distress the little window ledge that we made out of some white as well by distressing the top, the front, and the very bottom of it. And just kind of following that up with a baby wipe, kind of giving it a little bit of a whitewash for that first coat, and then going back with a second coat of distress. So it'll have a very similar finish to the window that we DIY'd, and it'll make it all more cohesive. I'm also going to add a hanger at this step. This is some of those sawtooth hangers that you can just simply hammer in. I think I got these at Home Depot maybe. And I just hammer that in right there in the back so I have a nice strong hanger to hold my farm window. Now for the snowflakes, I wanted to use some of the white glitter snowflake ornaments from the Dollar Tree. You get 2 in a package and I think they're so pretty. I was trying to decide if I wanted them on the back of the glass like they're outside, or if I wanted them on the front. I do end up putting them on the front just because I think they look better there. I'm also going to fill in the little ornament hanger hole on each one of them with a little bit of white spackle so you won't notice that detail. I started with 3 of them, but I do go back and add more. You'll see here at the final project. I do want to kind of scatter those out, so I'm going to glue one there, right here, and one right over here. And I'm just gluing those with hot glue onto the glass. I want it to look very wintry outside, so I also want to give it like a snow look. I got some of this like fake snow. I ended up getting this at Walmart. For some reason, I couldn't find any of this at my Dollar Trees. I know they do carry it, but I just couldn't find any. So I'm going to spray this on the back to look like a frosted window. Now, a little bit goes a long way, and the first time I sprayed it, look, there's way too much. It's like completely snowed out. But then I remembered that you can totally remove this from your glass if you put this on your windows at home. So I just wiped it all off with a paper towel. And I'm going to try again, this time with a little less, a little spray along one window and a little spray along the other window to give me a light frosting. And I did like that a lot better. This is what it looks like so far, our little farm window. And I also want to add the little window ledge down here. I thought that would give it more of a window look. And so I'm going to again start with hot glue by hot gluing the wood frames to the ridge. I want it to be flat against the wall, just like the rest of it, so it will stick, like kind of stick out on the front a little bit. And once I got it on there, I also added another bead of hot glue right here in the front to reinforce it a little bit. And I'm going to flip it over and then reinforce it kind of like what I did with the frames. I don't want this falling off. So again, I'm just going to use my staple gun. A lot of you guys ask what staple gun I use. I've had this for like 20 years, I think. It's a Power Shot stapler and it works great. I think you can get that pretty much at any hardware store. At least you used to be able to. So the window is looking perfect. The next DIY I want to make a little custom Christmas wreath for it. So I'm going to use some Dollar Tree garland and one of the foam green wreath forms from the Dollar Tree. And I think that's going to be the perfect size for a little winter wreath to hang on the window. Now, the green foam wreath forms are not very large, but they're the perfect size for this project. I just start with the garland and I'm going to simply wrap the wired garland around to give me a little mini wreath. I was really hoping that one package of the garland would be enough to fill in the entire wreath form because it doesn't seem too big, but I wasn't able to cover all of it with just one package. I didn't want any of the green foam showing through, so I was trying to keep it as tightly wound as I can. but I'll show you how far one package of the garland got me if it's like all tight like that. So I'm going to go ahead in here with a second package and finish out this wreath form. I'm also going to be adding some different greenery a little bit to this to try to make it look a little bit better and less like a Dollar Tree wreath. Dollar Tree this year did have a little mini garland wreath, but it is really small. It was too small for this project. So I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and cut that wired garland, wiring it to itself. And I think this is going to be the perfect size to hang on that winter window. I went in with that snow spray again, and I'm simply going to flock the garland with it. You can also use white spray paint for that if that's all that you have. That works well. And I thought a little varied color like that is going to make it look a little bit more interesting, like more interesting than all just the plain green. For the wreath hanger, I'm using some Dollar Tree Christmas ribbon. Isn't this beautiful? I'm going to cut a nice large piece of this where I can kind of loop that and hang it from the back of the window over the top of it. Now it's time to decorate this wreath and have some fun. So I did pick up some of this Dollar Tree greenery. It's kind of like a green and yellow. I just like the fact that it looked a lot different than the greenery that was on the wreath, and I think we can make that work. So I'm just attaching the individual little greenery pieces, using some hot glue and gluing that down into the garland. And I'm going to kind of scatter these all the way around, kind of working in the same direction. I think 6 of these is going to be plenty. I don't know why I tried to attach that one wrong, but I want it to be tilted the other way like that. Now I do want to attach that little red bird from the little Dollar Tree greenery pick. I think that would be really cute on there and a nice touch of red. And just trying to see what I have to work with. I did give it one more coat of the snow spray, just because I felt like I wiped off some of it when I was DIYing with this. Now for the little frosted berries from the Dollar Tree, or snowy berries, I'm leaving 3 together, wiring them to the wreath form by actually poking through the foam and then kind of spreading the berries out a little bit. I'm also going to add a little Dollar Tree pine cone, like one right over here. I don't want to decorate it too much. I still have the bird to add and the pretty hanger there for the top. So I thought the bird would look really cute and nestled right over here. He did have a little bit of damage on him, but you won't be able to see once I hot glue him in here with the greenery. I'm so glad I decided to add the bird. I think it's a perfect touch. Again, this is the ribbon that I cut, and what I'm going to do is just attach that with maybe a staple and some hot glue to the back of the window that we DIY'd. I did cut a little bit more ribbon than I needed, but I just trimmed off the excess. That's when I decided, after I hung it up, I needed a few more snowflakes. So I'm just going to add another 2-pack of the glitter snowflakes, really because you could only see like one of them. So I'm going to go ahead and attach them with hot glue, just like I did before, one on each one of the top corners. And this is how it turned out. I think it's so cute. I love the traditional Christmas vibes. We've got the traditional green and red, but like the pine cone and the bird and stuff really adds a lot to the wreath. And how cute is that window? I love it. Definitely a fun Dollar Tree version and really heavy duty considering the fact that it's made out of wood and glass. Now for the next DIY, it's also Christmas, more of a traditional Christmas DIY, and your favorite DIY from this video was the little snowman hat lantern that I made with a little trash basket from the Dollar Tree. For the first one, I'm going to use one of the Dollar Tree trash baskets, and I picked up a black one because what I want to do is make it into a snowman hat. Now, these are more bendable than you would think. I'm just doing this with my hands, pushing in on the sides about 2/3 of the way down, trying to form it into a snowman hat. I've saw that people have made this shape before, so I knew it was possible, but I was kind of surprised with how easy it was. Now, when you get to this point, you think it might look a little bit mutilated, but it is really easy to bend this metal. So just go ahead and push it back and keep molding it and shaping it until you're happy with it. I don't care about the area right above the brim too much because I am going to put some ribbon there to decorate it. But what I want to do is turn this snowman hat into a snowman lantern for Christmas. And since it's got all of the wire openings, you'll be able to see the candle through there really well. For the ribbon, I chose this ribbon from the Dollar Tree mainly because it's sheer. It's like a red sequence. And I'm just going to cut off a piece of that long enough to go around here and attach that to the wire. I'm going to overlap it slightly just to make it a little bit easier to attach here. But otherwise, I'm just going to use a little bit of glue to attach it. I do like the fact that it's sheer, so you'll be able to see the candle through that as well. So I think that looks pretty good so far. What I want to do is put it on a Dollar Tree mirror for the bottom of it and add a candle to it so it will light up and be a cute little indoor lantern. I guess this could work outdoors too, but it's not going to be very heavy weight, so it would definitely blow over on you. But maybe if you had a covered area. For the mirror, I just picked up this round mirror from the Dollar Tree. The fact that it's got a black frame on it is perfect. And I thought the mirror would kind of accentuate like the candlelight. I'm going to use a battery operated candle in there. Of course, it'll be a little bit safer, but it's just the perfect size for the base of this. This is the candle I chose. It's like the ivory one. I chose this one, the battery operated candle, because it's a little bit taller, so you'll be able to see it in there. But they also have some red glitter candles right now that might be really cute in there as well. I'm just going to simply put it on there, leave the mirror like it is. And now to decorate the little snowman hat. I'm just going to use a little bit of Dollar Tree greenery I had left over, maybe a little snowy pine cone. And I like to buy like these little decorative clips and stuff from Dollar Tree because you can take them apart and find some great things like those little snowy berries. And then I'm also going to use a little bit of their greenery picks from the Dollar Tree. That way I have multiple shades of green. I try to avoid the glitter parts on these and just kind of snip those off with my wire cutters. But I'm going to kind of layer them like that. Add a couple little bunches of berries and a pine cone, and I think that's going to be the perfect decor for our little snowman hat. I'm just attaching them to the wire trash can with some hot glue. And if you could only find this trash can, I know they have it in the white one, it'd be easy enough to use like some black spray paint and spray it black because you know how the Dollar Tree is. You're never going to be able to find exactly what you're looking for unless you go to a couple stores for sure. I just attach everything there to each other with some hot glue, and I think that looks really cute. So to put this lantern together, it's going to be so simple. Just going to sit the snowman hat on top of the mirror like that. I need to be able to remove it so I can turn the battery operated candle on and off. And then I thought it needed a little cardinal. You know how like a little cardinal like landing on a snowman hat? I thought that'd be a fun little touch and a pop of red. So I picked up these little red cardinal ornaments from the Dollar Tree. You get 2 of them for $1.25. They can be a little rough looking, but I'm just going to go ahead and trim it up. The great thing is they're already on wire, so that's going to be really easy to wire that to the snowman hat. I'm going to do it kind of over here to the side, the opposite side that I did the greenery and stuff on there. And so I simply just slide that through the wires here and wire it to it. Another fun touch, I've done so many snowman DIYs this year on my channel. I love snowmen. They're one of my favorite winter and Christmas DIYs for sure. I think that looks pretty good. It's kind of hard to show you at this angle without the candle falling over, but let me give you a better look. This is what it looks like all lit up in the day. And I did kind of struggle with a lot of my candle shots because I was taking these photos during the day and instead of at night like I normally do. So it was kind of hard to get my home dark enough to take these, but I tried turning off all the lights to show you how the lantern glows at night. Isn't that so cute? I had so many snowman DIYs that I've made so far this winter. They're definitely one of my favorite decor pieces because a lot of times you can leave them up all winter long. You don't have to take them down after Christmas. But here it is during the day, and I can show you how it looks lit up a little bit. I love the addition of the mirror too. I hope you had so much fun today. For the best of 2024, be sure to let me know which DIY was your favorite. You're allowed to have more than one down in the comments below. Thank you so much for joining me, and I hope that you have a happy new year.
Lighten up, take me on your magic river. Tell me all your dreams align. Sign me up and tell me about the people that you know who are trying to feel alive. Life can get hard, so honey, if you need to cry, just come share my pillow and rain, rain, go away. I wanna hear about everything you're ever thinking. You know that I can take the truth. Call me out if you think I'm never slipping. Maybe I can turn it around. Oh yeah. Baby, if you want us, you know time is on our side. If things are gonna haunt us, we'll just have to put aside. And I'm right here if you just need to cry. Come love, share my pillow, and rain, rain, go away. Been some time since you fixed me. I'll never forget your time. I know if I need it, you'll always believe my eyes. Crying on my pillow, rain, rain, go away. Rain, rain, go away.